aren't broad-based often have a large common element in the first year. So it is possible, even if you applied to mechanical engineering at a particular university, to then perhaps switch at the end of the second year. Sorry, end of the first year. So another question is whether or not there are opportunities for industrial placements, and can you do a year in industry during the course? Well, I think most people do opt for the year in industry as, well, it's a slight misnomer, because the year in industry scheme tends to be 6 months. It can be longer. And it's something that most people, if you sort of Google year in industry, it will come up as something that you tend to do between school and university. As far as the course is concerned, students are allowed to take a year out if they wanted to do a year in industry between the third and fourth year, but I'm not aware of that option ever being taken up. However, the summer vacations are quite lengthy, so potentially 4 months. So it's quite feasible to have 3 months industrial experience during that time. And industrial experience can be interpreted very broadly, because a lot of students, in fact, take on research projects in the department with perhaps their tutor or somebody from another college. So the options for industrial placements and training certainly exist and are taken up. So a question as to whether or not a prospective mechanical engineering student should learn CAD before arriving. There's, of course, no need to do that before coming. There are 2 5-hour sessions on CAD in the first year, and then it obviously gets used in project work and coursework modules in the second year and projects in the third and fourth year. So if a student has learned a particular CAD system, they're likely to take to the SolidWorks system that we use more quickly than if they hadn't. But it's just one of these things where different people have got different backgrounds, and in the first year there's a sort of leveling up. So you don't have to worry about taking CAD systems. And, well, equally, there are certainly 2-dimensional CAD packages that can be downloaded and used free of charge. I'm not sure if any of the 3-dimensional solid modeling type packages are available, but there's no reason why, even if you don't have access to these systems, you can't practice sketching or drawing things out on pencil and paper. So there's certainly no need to learn CAD before coming. Maybe between 10 and 20% of the students would have had some experience of CAD before arriving, but it's certainly the minority. What makes a good engineering personal statement? Well, I guess what we want to do is have some indication of why you think engineering is the course for you, as opposed to, say, studying physics or maths at university. And people will probably refer to books that they've read. So if you are going to do that, don't just make sure you've read the book, but perhaps as you're reading the book, make some notes, or think about what you might be asked about the book. The tutor might not have read the book, but might have heard of it. So might just say, what would you tell a friend about the book if you were trying to encourage them to read it? Or you might be asked, what was the most interesting thing about fiber reinforced plastics, for example? So there's no hard and fast rule, but it has to be something that you wrote and that you're prepared to answer questions about. It tends to form the first part of the interview, so it's your opportunity to set the agenda. So there's a question about whether alternatives to SolidWorks can be used. And I guess the answer to that is no, because SolidWorks is the software that we have licenses for. Therefore, people would be expected to use SolidWorks. But equally, people who've used other packages will sort of switch to SolidWorks very quickly. So another question is whether or not the study experience is the same regardless of which college you choose. Well, the course is obviously lectured in the department. The laboratory exercises all take place in the department. The tutorial sheets are set within the department. The exams are obviously university-wide. So what becomes college-specific is when people are giving the tutorials. And even that isn't necessarily college-specific. Some colleges, for example, Exeter and St. Peter's, pool their tutoring resources. So even though you might have been admitted to study at Exeter, you might suddenly discover that for some subjects, you're being tutored by the tutors at St. Peter's. At Somerville, we don't have any collaborations for tutoring with other colleges, and we organise everything ourselves. And that way, I think we find that we have, obviously greater contact with our tutees. The downside, I suppose, from our point of view, is that we have to tutor across a wider range of subjects, but it is the core course, so that's fine. So the answer is that the core course, the course is really the same, whichever college you apply for, and the similarities between colleges are much, much greater than the differences. And it tends to be choice based on proximity to the engineering department, where the accommodation is, and also the number of students that are admitted. But also look out for the ratio of applicants to places, because the colleges that tend to have the largest number of people admitted tend to have a disproportionate number of people applying. Another question concerns how much weight is given to the PAT test during shortlisting and how to prepare for it. So the first point about the PAT score is that's just part of the information. We've obviously read your UCAS form, and it's not just us who would have read your UCAS form. The UCAS forms are all read on a college blind basis by 2 colleges in order to give a preliminary assessment. And then the PAT score information is also fed in. And clearly, if people have got good PAT scores and good UCAS sort of ratings, then they would be interviewed. But if the PAT score was poor on a relative basis and the UCAS form was really strong, then people would be interviewed. And conversely, if the UCAS form was weak but the PAT score was strong, people would be interviewed. So we've got plenty of systems by which we sort of rescue candidates for whom a simple mechanistic approach would not lead to being interviewed. So there's not a straight answer to how much weight we give the PAT, because we have to take the UCAS form into context as well. And the best way to prepare for the PAT test is to use some of the sample papers that are available online. And it's called the physics aptitude test because the physics department are responsible for creating it and used it before we adopted it. And the paper, of course, isn't just physics, it's half physics and half maths. So what are the engineering interviews like? Well, I've already hinted that they tend to start with you being asked about something something concerning your personal statement. And as I said earlier on, what we're really interested in is a student's ability to apply maths and physics to engineering type problems. So a large part of the interview is a sort of pencil and paper, either physically or virtually, where we present students with problems which they should be able to answer on the basis of what they've been taught at school, possibly at GCSE, but would be a problem they would have unlikely to have seen before. And we then see how students are able to apply their mathematical skills to physical type situations. So what we're looking for is people's potential. George Stephenson, who was a pioneer of the railways, said you mustn't judge a goose by its stuffing, and equally we don't want to judge students on the basis of what they've been taught. We really are trying to assess potential. And we do that by setting challenging questions, which we don't expect how they're picking up the new material. Another question is, what are the tutorials like in Somerville? Well, they're probably much the same as many other colleges. Well, that's not entirely true. I would work through and look to see where there are any difficulties, so that parts of the problem sheet where there's Yep, my video has come back. So, are there different styles of interviewing? And the answer is yes, because people are different, but equally we have interview report forms to fill in, which is a pro forma. So this leads to a certain standardization. So you're likely to be asked a question which is very mathematically based, and then a question which is more based on applying physics. So there's a mixture there. And students do get asked roughly the same problems at a particular college, but obviously different colleges will be using different questions. So there's a question as to whether or not any Somerville tutors or lecturers have interests in composites, automotive racing, or combustion engines. Well, my interest is in internal combustion engines, spark ignition engines. So yes, there are some interests there. I'm trying to think, I guess in other colleges, the people who are interested in impact engineering will have an interest in composites. Another question is asking whether the first 2 years of the course are exactly the same for everyone, and asking further, is it possible to focus more on mechanical and civil type of subjects? And the answer to that is, at the end of the second year, in the third term, we have these coursework modules, which is where the initial specialization occurs. Prior to that, I guess, there is inevitably some informal specialization where students will decide that they really don't like, say, structural engineering, and will, in that particular paper, focus more on mechanics, perhaps. So there can be some informal specialization prior to the third and fourth year, where there is plenty of scope for specialization. Another question is saying, if someone's not sure what type of engineering to apply for, what course would be the most general one? So obviously any broad-based engineering course offers scope for maintaining the breadth as well as specializing in the later years. If you are going to apply to a single discipline subject, then mechanical engineering is probably the broadest of the engineering topics, because a mechanical engineer in the first year would be taught a certain amount of electronics because of the need to process data from instrumentation. They would obviously cover sort of computing systems, and on the sort of the structural side of things, there's a lot of stress analysis and structural analysis, which would be what civil engineers would learn. But a mechanical engineer is unlikely to learn much about, soil mechanics or foundations in the way that a civil engineer would. So what are the other questions? What's the best way to learn from Oxford's tutorial system for engineering? Well, the best way to benefit from the tutorial system is to work hard. And this means attending the lectures, whether they are real or virtual, working through the tutorial sheets in parallel with listening to the lectures, and submitting all of the work on time to the tutors so that they can provide appropriate feedback. Another question is, as a tutor, what do you most enjoy about the tutorial system with your students? Well, the tutorial system certainly enables you to get to know your tutees very well, and I guess I wouldn't be doing this job if I didn't enjoy the teaching. And it might seem rather repetitive if you're teaching the same material year by year. Well, there are variations because the tutorials aren't covered entirely by the tutorial fellows, so there's variation. Some years I might be teaching more thermofluids than the materials, mechanics, structures, and other years it might be the other way around. So there is variety for us, but even if you're teaching the same material, the students each year are different. And why Somerville instead of other colleges? Well, I guess one of the key things about Somerville is that we're pretty close to the engineering department, and indeed, which college is closest is a moot point, because often it would depend where within a particular college your room is, because some of the rooms in Somerville will be closer to engineering than, say, some of the Keble or St Anne's accommodation. One of the unusual things about Somerville is that all of our accommodation for undergraduates is on site. So many of the colleges in the centre of town have quite limited on-site accommodation. So most of their students then tend to be accommodated off-site, which could easily be a mile or more away from the main site. So Somerville is good for engineering because we're close to the department. We take 6 students a year because there are 2 permanent engineering tutors, and that ratio of 3 to 1 is common across the university. So I think that's probably, oh, there's one more question. What does a student's typical workload look like? And is this manageable? Yes. It's clearly manageable because the students have plenty of time for extracurricular activities, and a typical week would consist, as I've said, of 5 hours of laboratory work. There will be 10 hours of lecture material, at least 8 hours of which would be leading towards examinable material, and the system is for every 4 hours of the examined courses, there will be a tutorial. So on average, there'll be 2 hours of tutorials a week. And the workload for our engineers is really no different from the workload at other engineering courses at other universities. So what's the advice for someone who's applying for engineering science later this year? Well, make sure you write the application in good time, and you also have to apply for the PAT test. And I think there's only about half a minute left. So if there are any more questions, then you can email either the admissions tutor at Somerville, or you could email me, richard.stone@some.oxtopac.uk, and I would be very happy to answer any questions. So I think that is the end.
Hi, Annie. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can.
Lovely. You should be able to see me as well. I just actually, you can't see me just yet because I've covered up my camera just in case it turns on by accident during the event.
Okay.
So I just thought I'd give you a call on Teams. Basically, when you join the Crowdcast event, it will be live. Okay. So just be ready that as soon as you get pulled up on stage, that will be the start. So just as soon as you can see your own face on the big screen, that will be live. I just had to do that, otherwise we might have we risk losing the YouTube link, because if it stopped receiving data for a second, and if you leave it like that for too long, you lose the link. But all good, that's all fixed. So just the second that you see yourself on screen, it'll be good. Just a quick reminder, I may as well just give you a run through Crowdcast now, I suppose. So just to confirm, the attendees can't see anything on Crowdcast except for you. So the chat is entirely private. So you know that if something goes wrong, you know, just refresh your page, restart the browser. Do make sure you only have Crowdcast open on one tab. That's an important thing. And at the end, just remember to say goodbye. And I'll just I'll kick you off, so to speak. So you don't have to worry about that. If you just confidently say goodbye, I'll make sure it all looks smooth.
Okay. Will Hannah tell me when it's the last question, or do I just stop it after half an hour?
Hi, everyone. Okay, I'm Annie Sutherland. I'm one of the 3 tutors in English at Somerville, and I'm going to answer all of your questions this morning. A few have come in already, so I'll just read them out and answer them in turn. If that's okay. So the first one is, how many English and history joint honours students do you typically get? That's a good question, actually. We hadn't had any for quite a few years, for probably about 5 years. But this year, in the first year, we have 1 joint school student in history and English. We also have 2 in English and modern languages. So it's quite nice, you know, when there's more than 1 joint school student. But at the moment we have only 1 in history and English. But lots of the students who are doing history do joint schools. You know, they do history and philosophy, or history and a language, or whatever. So even if you were the only English and history student, there would still be other history joint school students working alongside you. Second question, what's special about Somerville's library? Well, for English students, Somerville's library is absolutely superb because it has one of the biggest collections of English texts, both primary and secondary, in the university. As a general rule, the former women's colleges, of which Somerville is obviously one, have very good humanities sections in their libraries, because obviously in the early 20th century, most women took humanities degrees, and so for that reason we have a really superb collection. So Somerville English students often find that they use the faculty library, or they have to use the faculty library a little bit less than students in other colleges, simply because there is so much available in the Somerville library. So it really is a superb library. Third question, what kind of topics do the Somerville English tutors specialise in? Okay, so there are 3 permanent English tutors at Somerville. Fiona Stafford, who is, if you like, the senior English tutor, specialises in romantic literature and also in modern poetry, and she's also written a lot on the natural world in literature. She's written a lot on trees and on flowers. If you look at the English page on the Somerville website, you'll get links to all of the things that Fiona has worked on. Then the second English tutor is Phil West, and Phil works on early modern literature. So he works on Renaissance literature. He teaches at Somerville, he teaches Shakespeare alongside more, broad early modern literature. In his own work, he specialises in poetry and in sermon literature. And then there's me. I work on the Middle Ages, particularly on the period from sort of 1200 onwards. And I work specifically on women's writing, by which I mean writing for women, but also writing about women. And I work in particular on religious literature associated with women. But then in my own teaching, I do quite a lot of teaching of texts alongside objects. So quite a lot of work on material culture. So English students at Somerville, spend a little bit of time in the Ashmolean Museum, looking at material culture alongside literary texts. How much choice, this is the next question, how much choice do students get over the texts that they study on the course? That's another good question. I would advise you all to look at the English faculty information to get sort of more precise detail than I'll give you now, and more detailed detail than I'll give you now. But basically, in your first year, you have a huge amount of choice over the texts that you study. There are only set texts for one of the 4 papers that you sit, and those set texts are Old English set texts. And the reason that they're set is that obviously you have to do quite a lot of work as first year students to get your heads around the Old English language, and so one of the ways in which we hope that we make that easier for you is by giving you 4 specific Old English texts on which to base your reading and your work, although obviously you can read very widely beyond that. And indeed, we encourage you to read widely beyond that, but you have that basis of 4 set texts. Then in the rest of the course, you do take specific period papers, but again, within those specific papers, you have more or less complete full choice. Again, there's one set text for the medieval paper, which is a long poem by Chaucer, Chaucer's Troilus and Crusade. But other than that, you, alongside your college tutor, get to decide what it is that you want to read and focus on in particular. So obviously your tutors will give you a huge amount of guidance and will set you texts to read and set you specific essays on specific texts. But if there is something that you particularly want to do that your tutor isn't offering, then you can always talk to us about that and we can find a way to accommodate it. So basically you as English students trace your own pathway through the degree, as it were, and we're on hand to guide you, to give you advice. Question 5, what is your advice for applying English students? That's another good question. Gosh, there's so much advice. I think one thing I would say is look very carefully at the details of the Oxford course and make sure that you know what it is that you are applying for. So if you are a student who wants to, to work you know, sort of for 3 years on exclusively modern literature or exclusively American literature or something along those lines, then you may want to think twice about applying, just because, you know, the Oxford degree is so broad. That is obviously an element of what you would do, but it's not the entirety of what you do. So the first thing I would say is look very carefully at the details of the course. The second thing I would say, and I think this is the most important, is as applicants, when we read your UCAS forms and when we meet you at interview, if we offer you an interview, what we're looking for are students who read a lot. Okay, students who love books, students who read for pleasure. And that can be, you know, reading in any type of literature that you like. You know, we want students who enjoy poetry. Even if you haven't done it at school, you know, go into a bookshop, go into your school library, pick up a poetry anthology and just start looking at it in your own time. So we want students who read poetry. We want students who read novels. We want students who, you know, enjoy drama, whether that's, you know, seeing plays performed or reading dramatic texts. So the most important thing is for you to read widely and to work out for yourselves what it is that you particularly enjoy reading, and then really pursue that. So read widely, read thoughtfully, and really find what it is that you enjoy in literature. Question 6. Do you have any advice for personal statements for English? Gosh, yes. I mean, I think writing a personal statement is a really, really tricky thing to do. I think going back to what I just said in answer to the previous question, we do want to see in your personal statement, you know, evidence that you love literature, evidence that you love reading. So we want to know, you know, not only about the texts that you're doing for A-level, your set text in school, but we want to know what it is that you read for pleasure outside of school. One very simple but important piece of advice is this. If on your personal statement you say something like, for example, I love the novels of Zadie Smith, or I love the novels of Jane Austen, then you must come to your interview prepared to talk about that. Okay, so you can't just say, I love the novels of Zadie Smith, but only have a very vague idea of what she's written and what you like about what she's written. So be really careful to remember that if you say in your personal statement you love X, Y, or Z, you make sure before your interview, if you are given an interview, that you have actually read enough of X, Y, or Z to be able to talk about it in interview, because it's very, very likely that we would ask you about that in interview if you've written it on your personal statement. But be honest on your personal statement, you know, tell the truth about what it is that you enjoy. Okay, question 7. Is English taught in specific modules or broad topics? For instance, Virginia Woolf and feminism versus modernist writing. Okay, good question. For the first 2 years of your degree, you will be taught in what is phrased in this question as broad topics. So, for example, in your first year, you take a paper in modern literature. So you take a paper in 20th and 21st century literature. You also take a paper in Old English literature. You also take a paper in Victorian literature and a paper in early medieval literature. And that sort of broad topical approach, historical approach, carries on in your second year. But in your third year, things become really interesting. Not that they're not interesting before, but they become interesting in a different way. You have 2 opportunities to write more specialized pieces of work on specific modules, as this question puts it. So for what we call paper 6, you get to take one of a number of optional courses offered by the English faculty, you know, things like literature and film, or feminism in Canadian literature, or life writing from 1500 to the present day, or something like that, post-colonial writing, that sort of thing. So you get to choose one of those on which you write an extended essay in your last year, in your third year, and then you also in your third year are required to write a long 5,000-6,000 word dissertation on a topic of your choice. And for that, you know, something, you know, very focused like Virginia Woolf and feminism is what we're looking for. We're not looking for a broad survey of modernist writing. So yes, in your third year, you get the opportunity to really, really specialize in what you specifically enjoy, and to get, you know, one-to-one teaching in what it is that you specifically enjoy. Question 8. Should I mention a play by Shakespeare that I know well in my personal statement? Yeah, I mean, that goes back to what I was saying a moment ago. If you know Romeo and Juliet well and love it, then absolutely mention it on your personal statement, but only mention it if it's something that you want to talk about if you're interviewed. Okay, so don't mention it and then forget you've mentioned it, and at interview think, oh my goodness, did I really say I love Romeo and Juliet? I can't bear it. If you mention it, be prepared to talk about it. But if you know it well and you enjoy it, then yes, absolutely. How many books should I mention in my personal statement? To be honest, I think that's an impossible question to answer. I don't know that I could specify a specific number of books. I think what would worry us as tutors reading through personal statements would be a statement in which, you know, no literature was mentioned, or only 1 or 2 books are mentioned. I mean, you may find it more helpful to think in terms of mentioning authors than mentioning specific books, you know. So you could say, I love reading the novels of Charles Dickens, and then you might say Bleak House is my particular favorite. But by saying that you love reading the novels of Charles Dickens, you know, we get a sense as tutors of somebody who enjoys reading. So don't worry about the number. Make sure you are mentioning your love of reading, and make sure that whatever you mention, you are happy to talk about at interview. Next question. Can you talk about books in translation in your personal statement, or is it best to stick to literature originally written in English? Okay, that's important actually, and that goes back to something that I was saying at the very beginning of this session. The English degree at Oxford does absolutely allow you to look at literature in translation. So sort of as a general rule of thumb, in all of the sort of broad papers that you sit in your first and second years, up to a third of each exam we allow you in up to a third of each exam to write on literature not originally written in English. So there is the opportunity to write on that literature. And then in your third year, the year in which you specialise in these 2 particular topics that I've just talked about in answer to a question a few ago, in your third year, yes, you can absolutely write about literature not originally written in English, so literature in translation. Having said that, of course, you know that the bulk of the degree, the English degree that we offer, is a degree in which we focus on literature originally written in English. Not all of it, but the bulk of it. So do make sure that you bear that in mind when you're thinking about applying and when you're thinking about what to write on your personal statement. Remember that, you know, you will absolutely be able to spend some of your time working on literature in translation, but by no means all of it. So I don't know, that's rather a wordy response to that question, but I hope that makes sense. Okay, next question 11. Would doing a mathematics A-level put you at a disadvantage? No, not at all. We've had several students who have done maths A-level, and I have to say I'm always really impressed by English students who manage to do maths A-level. When I was at school, maths was totally beyond me. I can't even help my son in year 7 with his maths. I find it so difficult. So anybody who can do maths at a high level alongside, being a competent scholar of literature, I think it's very impressive. So no, absolutely, maths doesn't put you at a disadvantage. We have had several really superb students who have done maths at A level and then gone on to do outstandingly in the English degree. What kind of careers do English students go into? I mean, so broad, so many. Law, teaching. We've actually had, interestingly, a few students over the years who have gone into medicine, who've done a sort of, I don't know what it is, a medicine conversion course after the degree or whatever. So at least 2 or 3 students over the last 15 years have gone into medicine. So law, teaching, media, medicine, journalism, a few, go on to have academic careers. But basically, if you look on our website, you will see the sorts of, you look at the English page on the Somerville website, you'll see the sorts of things that English students have gone on to. Oh, a few students have gone into the police actually as well, just thinking of sort of surprising careers for English students. So yeah, I mean, an English degree is a superb basis on which to build, really wide variety of careers. How do you go about, this is the next question, how do you go about finding your niche as such? Okay, I assume there that question relates to your sort of academic niche. Good question. I think what the first 2 years in Oxford allow you to do is to gain a really broad grounding in the literature, in English literature from, the year 600 to 2021. So in your first 2 years, you get this really outstandingly broad understanding of English literature across the ages. And what you often find, or what we hope you find by the end of your second year, is that you have, in the course of these 2 years, discovered the particular area of literature or the particular approach to literature that you really enjoy. And you then use that as the basis for deciding, what you want to write your dissertation on in your third year. So I would say, in your first year and in the first part of your second year, don't feel under pressure to find, a particular area of interest and specialization. Don't feel a particular pressure to narrow yourself down to find your niche. Enjoy the breadth of the course and everything that it offers you. And then, towards the end of your second year, begin thinking about, questions like, what is it that I'm particularly interested in? What have I been only able to skim over the surface of that I would like to be able to explore in more detail? And that is then what you would choose to do for your third year dissertation. And I think, anybody who had gone on to pursue an academic career would say, that is when they located what it was that they were particularly interested in at the end of their second year. Would not doing history A-level put you at a disadvantage when applying? No, not at all. Not at all. We do have a lot of English students who have done English and history at A-level plus something else. But we've never used an absence of history at A-level as a criterion on which to turn somebody down. So no, it absolutely wouldn't disadvantage you. We're looking for 3 strong A-levels, and history doesn't have to be one of them. Next question. Should we try and base our personal statement around the specialities of the tutors in the colleges we're applying to? I would say, in response to that, no, I don't think you should. If it happens, that you are genuinely interested in, for example, early medieval religious women's writing, you know, if that is a genuine interest of yours, and you know that it's a genuine interest of, for example, applying to Somerville, if you knew it was a genuine interest of mine, then yes, do write it down in your personal statement. But I would be very wary about pushing that too far, just because, and this may be something that's covered in other sessions for this open day. The reason I'd be wary about it is because you may find that you put in an application to, for example, Somerville, but we find we have a lot more applications than other colleges, and so your application is then reallocated to another college in which the tutors specialise in something totally different. So I would be careful about doing it, unless you genuinely have a passion for something which you know a tutor in the college that you're originally applying to is an expert in. Question 16, could we talk about Shakespeare and film adaptations? I assume whoever has asked this means in their personal statement, and the answer is absolutely yes, of course you could. I mean, it's something that we find it very interesting to talk to you about at interview. I mean, we would want you to be able to sort of critically assess the film adaptation, you know, to think about the ways in which you thought it was and or wasn't an effective interpretation of approach to Shakespeare. So we would be looking for somebody who had clearly read the original text as well as watched the film adaptation. So don't sort of think, oh, I could talk about the film adaptation, but I don't know the text all that well. You know, you do need to make absolutely sure that you know the text and that you're able to talk critically about the film as an adaptation of that text. Next question, what is the best way to prepare for an English interview? Perhaps three things, although I'll forget now what the 3 hours I go through them. The first is, I think, to make sure, as I've said lots of times, that you are fully prepared to talk about all of the texts that you mention on your personal statement. So that's the first thing to do. Make sure you're prepared to talk about what you've said in your personal statement, because we will ask you about that at interview. First thing. Second thing, try to get a bit of interview practice. If you go on the university website, if you go on YouTube, you know, there's lots of material there to help you with interviews, to give you a sense of the sort of thing, the sorts of questions that you might anticipate, and the format that the interview might take. So try to insofar as you can, familiarize yourself with the format of the interview. And then the third thing that I would say is, as I've said already, get an anthology of poetry, and, you know, every day read through a poem that you don't know well, read through a poem that you don't know well, and just make notes on, you know, features of language, style, context, anything that you think are interesting and that you would like to talk about further. Because at interview in any college, certainly in Somerville, one of the key parts of the interview is that we give you a passage, an unseen passage of poetry or prose 20 minutes before the interview, and we ask you to spend 20 minutes reading through that unseen passage, and then we bring you into the interview and we ask you to tell us what struck you most about that passage. So it's a really good idea to get as much practice as you can of doing that sort of close reading of a text, either prose or poetry, that is unfamiliar to you. So I think I've said three things in a rather long-winded way. Those are the ways in which I would prepare. Next question. Is it possible to do a joint degree of English and a modern language? Would this put me at a disadvantage for the personal statement, as I would have to divide my passion for each and have less space to talk about them separately? no, that's never a problem, I don't think, in a personal statement for a joint schools applicant. You know, we're very aware of the fact that you have a limited amount of space in which to talk about your love of these two languages. And it definitely, you know, talking about two languages rather than one doesn't water the reference down. So it doesn't water the personal statement down. In many ways, it makes it stronger and more interesting, you know, because these are candidates who are clearly interested in an exceptionally wide range of languages and literatures. Yes, it's absolutely possible to do a joint degree in English and a modern language. At the moment in college, we have English and German students. We have an English and Spanish student, you know, but we've had English and Russian, English and Czech, English and I've said Spanish, English and Italian. So yes, absolutely. We have quite a number of what we call EML, English and Modern Languages students at Oxford, at Somerville, sorry. Next question. Are there any graduates of Somerville who've gone on to be writers or poets? And are there any societies within the college that are focused on creative writing? Yes, we have a lot of graduates who have gone on to become writers and poets. I mean, we're often, you know, very surprised by it just because we seem to have such a number. I mean, obviously, Iris Murdoch is the example of whom you will all have heard, but there are several others more recently. Sorry, I have something in my eye. There's a page on the Somerville website dedicated to Somerville novelists. So if you go to the English pages on the Somerville website, you will find some writing about the novelists and poets, but particularly novelists who we have seemed to be very effective at producing. I'm not quite sure how or why, but there we go. We have been. There are lots of writers who have gone through Somerville. Are there any societies within the college that are focused on creative writing? Yeah, I'm sure there are. There are certainly, you know, university societies that are focused on creative writing, both poetry and prose. The availability of college societies, you know, depends a bit on which undergraduates are in college and what they're interested in. But certainly at university level, and I would imagine too at college level, there's a lot of opportunity for writing, for creative writing. Next question. Should I mention a diverse range of books, poems, etc. in my personal statement, or should it rather be a similar, I think that must mean smaller and cohesive selection, i.e. breadth versus depth? I would say honesty is the best policy. You know, if you really enjoy a diverse range of literature, then do write about it in your personal statement. You know, if your interests are at this stage, you know, smaller, more limited and more cohesive, you know, which they may well be at A level, you know, we're not expecting you to have come to university having read, you know, the whole canon, whatever that is, of English literature. So I would just say, be honest. If your interests are diverse, reflect that in your statement. If you feel that you haven't read that widely yet, but you've read quite in depth in a particular period or around a particular theme, an author, then reflect that in your statement. Be honest, I think, would be my key pieces of advice. Next question. To what extent can you incorporate the study of historical context into your degree? I mean, this is an example of an area in which you can, you know, be very independent. You know, we have students who are very keen on writing about historical context, and we really encourage that. And it's perfectly possible to do in the context of the English degree here in particular. You know, it is a historically focused English degree. But we also have students for whom historical context is less fascinating, and again, we can encourage them in the directions to go in the directions in which they're interested. What I would say here is that this is where lectures at the English faculty level become really important, because obviously there's a limited amount of work on historical context that we can do in the setting of a college tutorial, you know, when we're sort of thinking very closely about your essays and your close readings of literature. But you can make really effective use of lectures for sort of bulking up your knowledge of historical context. Okay, I have 3 minutes left. 2 more questions. Next one, what's your favourite thing about Somerville? I mean, it's everything, I have to say. It's a wonderful, wonderful college. I mean, it's the students who make it. So, you know, if I had to say one favourite thing, I would say the students, the undergraduate students. You're so interesting, so exciting, so energetic. It's a real privilege to teach you. Next question. If I was a late bloomer in terms of my love for literature, what's the best way to demonstrate my passion for the subject? For instance, if I haven't read as many books over a longer period of time compared to other applicants. Good question. I think, again, sorry to harp on the same topic, but be honest in your personal statement. So explain, you know, that it has only been since, for example, doing my A-levels that I have discovered that English is really where my heart lies. So I think, you know, sort of lay that on the table, make it clear to us so we know. And, you know, we get applicants like that all of the time, and it's absolutely unproblematic. So be honest, it's only since I've started my A-levels that I've discovered this, and then just be clear in your personal statement about what it is that you have read. And I think make sure that you demonstrate, even though you're a late bloomer, that you have read both your A-level set texts, but also that you have started to do a bit of independent reading of your own, and emphasize in your personal statement that you are sort of really hungry, you know, that you are keen to come to Oxford to do English because you've realized this is what you love, and now you want to have 3 years in which you can, you know, you can explore your newly found passion in more depth. Okay, I think that I've reached the end of my time there. So it's very odd not to be able to see any of you, but thank you very much for listening, and very good luck with your applications if you do apply. Bye-bye.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us here in Somerville. If you can hear some crashing and banging in the background, it's because our temporary dining hall is being demolished even as we speak. So thank you, as I say, for being here. The purpose of this is to give you some insight into teaching of biology at Somerville and the wider university if you have questions about it. My name is Timothy Walker. I'm one of the biology tutors at at Somerville. There are three of us. And between us, we cover three very broad areas of biology. I'll say a little bit more about that in a minute. My particular interest is obviously in plant biology. I studied botany as an undergraduate, and then I trained to become a professional gardener because I wanted to work in botanic gardens where actually you can marry together beautifully both horticulture and botany. I worked at Kew, I worked in Oxford at Botanic Garden here, and from 1988 I was director of the Botanic Garden, where I was able to pursue my particular personal interests, which are in plant conservation, and also in what was called originally the public understanding of science, but now called science communication, but generally spreading the word about the importance of plants in just about everything we do, and to try and engender some more scientific literacy within people who are interested. So those are my particular interests. As I spent more time at the Botanic Garden, I got more interested and more involved in undergraduate teaching, and in 2014 I moved full-time into undergraduate teaching at Somerville as one of the three tutors here. So plant biology, really anything involving a whole plant. The molecular stuff, whilst it's very, very important, is not what really lights my fire. It's the stuff you can see. It's whole plant biology. So conservation still very much one of my interests, but also pollination, which is very topical subject at the moment. But also things like plant life histories, the evolution of plants, and plant diversity. So broadly speaking, I'd say anything with any biology with a whole plant involved in it, I'm interested in that, which I hope goes some way to explain answering the first question. At Somerville, there are three of us, and whilst I'm involved in teaching the whole plant stuff, Reinier van der Hun, who is a molecular plant pathologist. Reinier, as that implies, is very much involved in molecules, and so his research group is carrying out research on how plant cells are able to fight off infections from bacteria and other organisms. And one of the questions is about how much access to plant science research is there in Somerville, and 2 of the 7 fourth-year students are doing their final year dissertation working in Reinier's lab, working alongside his postdoctoral researchers and his PhD students, and getting a year's worth of experience in a world-class research laboratory. The second, and that's Reinier's work, but with regards to access to other plant research, then that is widely available to all students, but obviously the plant biologists at Oxford know each other well. Another one of the fourth years is working with somebody called Mark Fricker, who is in plant sciences, working particularly on fungi, which are not strictly plants, but that's where they fall in the syllabus. Another one of my fourth years is working on the spread of diseases amongst British trees, working with the professor of forestry. So yeah, there is full access to, or as much access as anywhere, any college, to plant science research. The second person in the team after Reinier is Michelle Jackson, and Michelle is a freshwater ecologist, so very much the zoologist in the triumvirate of teaching at Somerville, and also wet biology. I'm very much a terrestrial biologist, whereas Michelle is primarily freshwater ecology, with a particular interest in the conservation of that habitat, but also the ongoing effects of the climate crisis on biology in fresh water. So what makes Somerville special, I think, and a good college to study biology is the fact that we have this broad range of interests amongst the college tutors. And that means that in the first year, for your 20 tutorials, you come to the three of us. You don't get sent to a tutor in any other college in the first year. After that, in the second and third years, you can choose from a very long list of tutors who you go to, and that depends on what bit of biology you're interested in, because it is such a broad subject. Had another question about what literature about biology do we recommend that you read before applying to the biology department. That's a very good question, and it's a difficult question to answer, simply because there has been an explosion in the amount of interesting books out there about biology. And I think it's almost the time for biology. The pandemic has clearly introduced a lot of people to some fairly detailed bits of biology. Things like the R value for infection rates is something that I think probably 18 months ago not many people in this country were aware of, and now we can all talk with great authority about the R rate. So I think it depends. What literature you read entirely depends on what interests you. And I'll say it now and I'll say it again: if you would like a long list of books that I would recommend you but could choose something from, I'd be very happy to send that to you. If you would just write to the Somerville Access officers, they will pass on the message to me. I have read some fantastic books in the last few years since I've been at Somerville, across a wide range of topics. One I read, which you might think is completely outside my comfort zone, and I suppose that's why I read it, a book on the emergence of life, which by a wonderfully named author called Luigi. And it's a fascinating look at what happened 3.8 billion years ago. And where life on Earth came from, which to a certain amount is a lot of guesswork, but it's fascinating because it's very much his area. So that's one example. There's a fantastic book that I've finished reading recently by Dave Goulson called The Garden Jungle. Dave is actually one of our former students, not at Somerville, but at Oxford back in the 1980s. He's now Professor of Ecology, I think, at the University of Sussex. And it very much looks at the role of gardens, urban gardens, as well as rural gardens in the conservation of pollinators, and what we can do in our backyards to look after pollinators and provide a habitat and resources for them. And I think it's interesting, sort of just as an aside, and marrying together my interest in horticulture and botany, that there is an increasing awareness that some of us have been banging on about for years, that urban gardens, urban spaces are not just a sink where organisms go to die. They are actually sources of pollinators, and they are refuges perhaps away from habitat destruction elsewhere, but also the animals that live, particularly the pollinators that live in gardens, do actually go out of those gardens to do good things out in the wider habitats in this country. So I think that the range of books is very wide. A set of books I would recommend are published by the Oxford University Press under the title of Very Short Introductions. And these run to about 35,000 words. They are small paperbacks. They cost just under £8 each. You can normally pick them up for less than that on certain internet websites, or buy three for the price of two. And they are, I think there's over 500 titles in that series. There's one on animals written by Peter Holland, who's Professor of Zoology here and one of the best lecturers in the university, and lectures in the first year on the diversity of the animal kingdom. I've just finished reading one on economics written by Partha Dasgupta, who is the author of the government's huge research paper into the economics of environmental conservation, which is a very, very important topic at the moment. There are others on the Anthropocene, for example. There's one that modesty should prevent me from mentioning, but I'm not going to, which is on plants, that I wrote specifically for the first year course about 10 years ago, and I think a lot of it's 6 of the 7 chapters very, very relevant still. The last one is on conservation, which has moved on a bit in the last 15 years or so. So there are a wide range of books out there There's one by Tim Hyam, who is at Oxford, whose specialism is ancient DNA and getting DNA out of fossils and stuff like that. And he's written a book published recently on the evolution of Homo sapiens, which is a topic that has really exploded in the last 10 years with the discovery of new fossils. And you may have heard on the television last week about a fossil from China that's being labeled Dragon Man. Whether in fact it is a new species or whether it's one of which we were aware about 10 years ago, it remains to be seen, but it is a very exciting area of biology. And another book is that that on order at the moment is on the history of fire on the planet, which goes back about 385 million years and is a very important topic at the moment, as Vancouver and British Columbia experience record temperatures and forest fires have started there. Fire is a really important part of biology, and if we get it wrong, the results are tragic and highly destructive. The question from Pippa about how important is it that tutors that the tutors of the college are interested in areas that you're interested in, and yeah, that's a good question. One of the finalists this year chose Somerville because she was particularly interested in my line of work, my interests. It certainly means that you have a something extra in common with your tutors, but I think it in no way it's not as important as you might think. And I think it's also important to remember that tutors leave Oxford and they go to other universities, and you may be in the situation that you chose a college based on who were the tutors there, only to find out when you've turned up that one of them has left, the one you were interested in being in the same college as has left. I think there are other ways for choosing, other reasons for choosing a particular college. And one of the best ways to do that is to visit Oxford as and when you can and walk around and go into the colleges. Every college, as far as I know, will always welcome potential students. So come and have a look at them, get a feel for them, because they are very, very different. And you sort of sometimes just walk into a college and know that you think, oh, this is nice, I really like this. And different colleges have different things to offer. One of, I think, the most amazing things about Somerville from a student point of view is that you do not have to look for any accommodation on the open market if you don't want to. We have enough beds and enough rooms for every Somerville student to live in college, within the college walls. And we're the only college who can say this. We have room on every have room for every student on the main site on the Woodstock Road. So I think there are reasons for choosing colleges other than who the tutors are. And remember, all the students at every college go to the same lectures, they do the same practicals, and you have access in the second and third years to exactly the same pool of tutors. So I think choose your college for a range of reasons, and I think if you can visit, then that's very helpful to you. There's a question that that there's a group at Somerville which is particularly interested in marine biology. Yes, this goes back a number of years to when Alex Rogers was one of the tutorial fellows in biology, and yes, the college housed the Ocean Research Institute, which looking at particularly marine ecology. Now, Alex is not at Somerville any longer. He's joined a very a huge international group of marine scientists. So there is no specialist at Somerville now teaching marine ecology, but I said Michelle Jackson is a freshwater ecologist, so we still have a dampling. There's a question, another question about recommended reading and about plant disease or plant responses. And yes, there is a book I read at the start of lockdown called Plant Fortress. I've forgotten the name of the author, I'm sorry. But it's a very broad look at how plants defend themselves. The first couple of chapters are very molecular, which sort of worried me. I wondered what I'd got myself into, but then it broadens out. It's sort of the wrong way around. I would start with the broad and go to molecular, but hey, it's not my book. And that is fascinating. Look at how plants do defend themselves against not just pathogens but also predators as well. And as sort of wearing my gardening boots, learning how plants defend themselves from particularly slugs and snails at the moment in our garden, where we have slugs the size of small sausages. I've never seen the point in a slug. So I'm sure their mothers love them. What does Somerville have to offer in terms of biology over other colleges? Yeah, I prefer not to get into sort of trying to sell us at the expense of others. But what I would say is the breadth of the tutors, connections with tutors within the three broad subjects of molecular biology, plant biology, and animal biology. And I think that is rare. I'm trying to think of another college that has that breadth of contacts, connections. I would say Hertford does, and I would say Christchurch does, but it's not many colleges. I would say the minority of colleges have that that breadth of interest within the tutors and lecturers within the college. So that's where I say. I mean, the minor points, perhaps we're pretty close to the science area. It's a 7-minute walk to the department. I don't know how important that is. And one, I think, very important point, and because the question is asked, what does Somerville have to offer in terms of biology with a small b? I would say as a habitat, Somerville College is fantastic. It's looking out of my college room here, there is a huge amount of photosynthesis going on in the organisms out there in the main quad. And I think one of the things we have learned during the pandemic, which some of us have known for donkey's years, is how important the green stuff is in terms of human well-being, and calibrating us in some way to being an organism that depends entirely upon plants. That idea of calibration is not an original thought on my part. Dan Pearson, one of this country's leading landscape architects and garden designers, has spoken about this on many occasions. And Somerville has a habitat to live in and thrive, I think is exemplary. Question, could I repeat how you could contact me for lists of books to read? Yes, if you, I see there the access email has been sent to you all, so just use that email, like Somerville access email address, and it will be passed on to me. So we've got another question of what sort of practicals do first years undertake, and the practical component of the course is very important. One of the overriding, one of the major themes and objectives of the biology course, which is now in its third year, the new syllabus, was to prepare our students for life as a scientist, or somebody who thinks like a scientist. And so the techniques that you learn in the first and second year will prepare you for working in a wide range of different scientific settings. So, for example, you might become a molecular biologist, and you might need to know how to run gels or how to do experiments involving molecules. On the other hand, you might want to go on to become perhaps a taxonomist, classifying organisms, in which case you need to understand about morphology. And then, or you might want to go on to become an ecologist. And one of the revolutions I think I've seen during my time as a plant biologist is the increasing application of statistical methods of quantitative analysis in ecology. Biology is described sometimes as a slippery subject, and sometimes people don't like that. Some of us, I think, thrive on the idea that biology doesn't really follow rules all the time. There are some broad guidelines, but it's different from physics and chemistry and mathematics in that way, that it is not fundamentally unpredictable, but it does have a mind of its own sometimes, and predicting what biology is going to do is tricky. And so the ability to build models, to look at how the situation would change if variables alter, is a very important part of biology these days. And it's another aspect of biology that we have become familiar with during the pandemic, is the building of models for how the virus will spread. And one of the unsurprising aspects for some of us of that model building is that not all the models agree. And modeling biology is a fine art. It's very difficult. There is a fascinating lecture given in 1942 by Schrödinger, physicist, Nobel laureate in physics. And Schrödinger gave these lectures entitled "What is Life?" I don't know if he got bored with physics, but he chose to give these 2 lectures. And he started them by saying that the audience might expect that, as he was a physicist, that it would be a very mathematical lecture. And he said it's not going to be a mathematical lecture because biology is too complicated for maths, which, as somebody who is not statistically literate, I enjoy that comment. I think it is, there's some truth in it, but also I think to discount the value of modeling is a big mistake. So the practicals will teach you scientific techniques from the very small, the molecular, DNA sequencing, for example, hunting for genes in genomes, all the way through to how to look at a bit of vegetation and try to work out what is going on there. And this is an important part of the skills training at the beginning of the summer term in the 2nd year, when there are various opportunities to specialize in a particular set of skills. And some of those are in the museums in Oxford, looking at how you curate music collections, how you investigate fossils, through to working in a couple of labs. But from my point of view, the most interesting skills learning in that session are the field trips, one of which goes to South Wales, to birdwatch, to study the extraordinary populations of birds on the islands of South Wales. There is a trip to Borneo. I mean, these are all pandemic permitting, of course. We haven't done these for 2 years now. There is one to Borneo to study tropical ecosystems and tropical forest biology. And then the most interesting, in my opinion, because I go on it, is one to Tenerife, where we look at how to identify plants and how, therefore, to look at a bit of vegetation and work out what's going on. So there's a wide range of practical skills taught throughout the 1st and 2nd years. And they are a very important part, I think, of training one to think like a scientist, and to be aware of the scientific method which underpins all of science. Had a question about what is a biology tutorial like at Somerville. My tutorials happen in the room in which I am now talking to you from. And if I step aside or move aside, you'll see a couple of sofas. And it's on those sofas that the students sit. I like to have a maximum of 2 people in a tutorial, preferably 1. Back in medieval times when I was at university, all the tutorials in biology were 1-to-1. I think it is the very best way to have a tutorial. Sometimes time doesn't permit for that. But a Somerville tutorial involves us sending you a piece of work to carry out. That might be an essay, a say 2,500 word essay. I asked for a limit of 2,000 words because I think it's a very important skill to learn how to condense a perhaps very wide-ranging and complicated subject into just 2,000 words. And you will send that essay to me 24 hours before the tutorial. I will read it, I will mark it based on a dozen characteristics that I think a good essay should have. I think essay writing is something that worries some students. There is absolutely no need to be worried about it, because one of the first tutorials is how to write an essay. And it enables us to see how you can construct an argument. So there will be some work set. It might be to prepare a presentation, and you can give that presentation to me and possibly another student. You might be asked, if there are two of you in the tutorial, to produce presentations arguing completely opposite directions. So you might be in a tutorial looking at biological invasions, which is another very hot topic in biology at the moment. One of you might have to argue that they're the biggest threat to biological diversity on the planet at the moment, whereas the other person might have to argue that they're absolutely fine, nothing to worry about, and they're just biology, evolution in action. And that always works as a tutorial. So yeah, the tutorials are either writing an essay, preparing a presentation, or in some cases just reading around a subject and then coming to the tutorial and me asking questions and you talking me through the topic. And that particularly works with a tutorial I do on plant life histories. How do mosses, ferns, conifers and flowering plants reproduce? So another question is, what happens in a biology interview, and does it depend on the college? Surprisingly little. We all the 2021 colleges where biology is offered as an undergraduate degree use the same scoring sheet, and we are looking for a number of different characteristics. We are looking for genuine enthusiasm for biology, and that goes for the personal statement as well. Looking for evidence of enthusiasm, looking at the ability to follow an argument. It may not matter. It doesn't matter if the topic we're going to ask you questions about is completely new to you, but we will lead you through that subject. And we want to see how you can think, and also whether you are prepared to make an educated guess. Sitting on the sofa behind me in the interview and saying, I'm not sure, is the wrong thing to say, in my opinion. You should say, I don't know, but is it? And sitting there and saying, I don't know, or I'm not sure, is not the best way to answer the questions. Take an intelligent guess. We won't laugh at you, unless you're intentionally trying to make us laugh. But it's generally speaking, students don't do that in interviews. But it is a conversation, and we're trying to find out whether you can think, whether you can follow an argument. Also, most college interviews start with a question on what interests you at the moment, and it's surprising how often that is basically the bit of biology that the interviewee is being taught at school at that moment, and therefore it's not what is mentioned on the personal statement. And that's always interesting, because then one might go back to the personal statement if time permits and say, well, on your personal statement you said you were interested in this, and now you say you're interested in that. Why is that? We're not trying to catch you out. You will not get any silly questions. Certainly not at Somerville, and I'm not aware of any biology tutors who at any college who ask silly questions. Anything you have heard about silly questions at Oxford interviews do not relate to biology. The questions are all very straight. So it's quite a long question here, which I haven't read yet. So do tutorials consist of the syllabus of the courses you take, or can other aspects of biology be discussed with the tutor? For example, interested in astrobiology and thinking possible career in the future, would I be able to have discussions with my tutor about such subjects? Well, yes, you can have discussions with me about astrobiology. I don't know a whole lot about it. I'm pretty sure we could find you somebody at Oxford who is. But the more important point there is about tutorials consisting of the syllabus of the courses you take. Tutorials are different in Oxford from Cambridge. They are different from other universities. And they really are an opportunity for you in the second and third years to go to somebody who specializes in perhaps a very small area of biology, and to talk about it with them. Say you only have 8 tutorials a term, and whilst a few of them, like the statistics ones that you do with, and quantitative methods ones that you do with Michelle in the second year, are very specifically allied to the course, the rest of them cannot possibly cover the syllabus, because you're only doing 8 a term. And so yes, you really can choose those areas that interest you. Sometimes they may be part of the course, sometimes they may be to the side of the course, but as if there's somebody at Oxford whose specialist subject that is that you're interested in, then you will be, and they're offering tutorials, then you will be able to go to a tutorial in that topic. It's one of the great joys of the tutorial system. I mentioned earlier the Dieckmann report, and 4 of the undergraduates asked if they could come for a tutorial with me to discuss it the week after it was published. And yes, so yeah, you have a lot of freedom to choose which tutorials you take. Yeah, a question which I have mentioned earlier, but will mention again, and I think it's really important, about whether there's any support with how to write an essay. Yes, there is. I think it took me 2.5 years to write a really decent essay, to have the confidence to write an essay that revealed my opinions based on the fact. Based on the facts. But yes, I give a tutorial, a one-on-one tutorial in the first week of term or the first 2 weeks of term on how to write an essay. We do not expect you to come up being able to write perfectly structured, beautifully eloquent essays. Sometimes students can, but it is not the default setting. It is not normal for students to write a beautiful, perfect essay in the first week of the first term. And I have had people come back to me in the second and third years to go through that tutorial again, based on their experience, to look at if they're struggling with putting together an argument, whether they're struggling to condense the subject. Sorry, we're reaching the end, or we have reached the end. Best thing about the biology course, final question, well, the plants, obviously. You know, plants, animals only ever do 4 things, and eat and sleep are 2 of them, whereas plants underpin everything that we do in our lives. Thank you so much for coming and listening to this. If you have any further questions about biology at Somerville or the university, please do contact the Access Office using the email they've given, and I will do my very best to answer your questions. And good luck, and thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Sam Dieckmann. I am the music fellow here at Somerville College. My specialism in terms of undergraduate courses at the faculty have to do with music education and community music. And here I teach a number of different tutorials, including things related to ethnomusicology, world jazz, etc. But we have a wonderful analysis tutor, and we have a great range of tutors that work with our students. Thanks so much for coming today. So I have a first question here that's come in. I'll read it out. It says, "Hi, I'm interested to know how taking a gap year might affect an application, and if there would be anything in particular you'd like to see an applicant do with it if they choose to take one." So really at Oxford, we're interested in your academic ability and your potential to take the course, which in music involves, ability in a range of ways. It could be depending on your interest, performance, composition, recording and producing, etc. So it's a holistic picture. There's no particular requirement for work experience or specific extracurricular activities, but of course we look at the whole personal statement, and so the ways in which your gap year, I suppose, resonates with your interests is something that could be tied in to the personal statement. A gap year can be really great, and it certainly doesn't count against you. There's some time to do some extra reading or delving into your subject in practice as well. So there's lots of different ways that you can use that gap year. But again, I wouldn't be seeing it as a waste, as if you weren't doing something, totally music specific. I'm aware that, the kids that have been taking secondary school in the past couple of years have had a really tough time with the situation being what it is, and so the gap year could be good in addressing that for yourself as well, and that's totally fair. So I hope that answers your question. I actually haven't had another question come in yet, but I might just speak a little bit about Somerville College's music profile and maybe the range of things. Okay, which actually speaks to the question that's just come in. I've heard that the music course at Oxford is very academic and traditional. Is this true? Okay, that's an interesting question. I don't think it's true based on the implications of your questions. Maybe you got a sense from what I said that I teach here about that. So I was about to explain the range of different kind of subject, I guess, pathways in a sense. It's not like a formal pathway, but give you a sense of the profile of music interest that my different students have taken to show you just how different interests can be engaged with throughout this course. And this in a way also ties in with the third question, which is how is the course structured and what options can I choose to study? So in the first year, in the prelims year, you can undertake a kind of skills and analysis type of course, which is maybe what you're thinking of as being quite traditional. We're currently undergoing a review, which is due to be released very imminently, which will show how diverse the skill sets that are being developed are in that area. So it involves sort of oral skills. So those that learn by ear can kind of show their chops a bit more in that area. And those that are really interested in kind of what this questioner has called traditional skills will also have the chance to show it. But, there is a real capacity for you to engage with performance of all kinds. I have students that are, for example, are taking performance in Hindustani classical music. And so she's able to really weave that into her course. And she's also doing a big project about that, doing an ethnographic sort of ethnomusicological type of project in that area. I've got another student who's really interested in, who's actually just finished, who's really interested in sort of digital music and kind of video game music, who's going on to do some postgraduate study in that area, who did this big sort of ethnographic project about music on Twitch. I have an organist who's really interested in church music. So there's a real range of things that you can study. I have students that are really interested in sort of music and medicine and have sort of addressed music therapy and those kinds of things throughout the course. So there's lots of pathways that you can take. And particularly at finals, you can really hone it to what you're interested in. I've got a student that's really interested in recording and producing and rock music, who's going to be able to enhance those sides of the course to really tailor to his interests. So there's lots of ways in which you can, choose different kinds of options. Okay, question 4, do I have to do an audition as part of the course? Currently, there is an audition, a performance audition, that is part of the application process. This is something that we're discussing. However, I would say that the people that are looking at you at interview are, as I mentioned before, really looking at the whole picture. So if you're someone who writes in and says, I'm really interested in composition or electronic music, or, something that doesn't involve performance so heavily, or musicology and music history, for example, or music analysis, then your audition, as long as it is mandatory, is going to be considered in that context. Certainly that's the way that I look at it. So if you are someone who is a composer or someone interested in music history or the academic side of things, then that's really where I'll most heavily be looking in terms of your application profile and the kinds of evidence that you submit in that area. Whereas if you're someone who says, I'm really interested in becoming a performer, then we'll obviously look contextually at the audition with that in mind. Okay, question 5. If I can't play the piano, will I be disadvantaged on the course? No, we have students that don't play the piano and they can do extremely well. So, I've got a student who's just done very well who doesn't play piano at all. So that's a quick answer. The curriculum review that is just now being finalized also supports that comment that I've just made. Okay, what can we expect from an Oxford Music interview? Is there anything we can do to particularly prepare? So it depends. In a way, most of us will have something for you to read. So it might be a text about music. It might have to do with something quite philosophical or quite kind of historical. And it's not specific kind of factual knowledge that we're looking for there. It's just, how are you thinking about music? Are you thinking, how closely and critically can you read this text? So some of the skills that you've been learning in, some of the other humanities subjects will also be indicative, will help to develop those skill sets. How kind of creatively and imaginatively and critically you're thinking about music. And then there's, for Somerville College, we also have a score reading one, which again, we'll just see how you pass the information, and people have different music education backgrounds, and that's all contextualized as well with the interview and how we read, the certain skills that someone will bring to a situation. And so that is all taken into account, and we work with you. I don't want you to see it in a way as a thing like we're trying to catch you out, or like we're trying to just test you getting it right or wrong. In some ways, what's really important to me is the way in which you respond when we work with you, to see how far that you kind of can take your thinking in the space of that time that we have together. Because in a way, it's quite reflective of the tutorial system that we have, which is, where you work with us in small groups of sort of 1 to 3, and you actually, have to, in some ways, develop your thinking in this kind of micro kind of context. So that's the kind of development that we're looking to see in the across the scope of the interview. And if you have certain factual information, that's great too, but it's not like we're testing for those particular things. And then the other thing that we do here at Somerville is a listening and or sort of audio visual component, right? Because music doesn't just exist on these dots on the page. So, you know, if it's sort of something, a little piece that we listen to, or a track or a record that we listen to, or is it a YouTube video, and then getting, you know, you to see what you can pick up from that kind of multimodal kind of presentation of music. Okay. How much can you specialize in your music degree? I'd much rather do more performance and work on my instrument than history of music study and composition. Okay, so good question. You can very much focus more on performance. The curriculum review to which I keep referring has enhanced this even more. So it's possible, for example, to do solo performance and chamber music performance, and you know that can look in lots of different ways. So you can do a small ensemble that might be sort of chamber string ensemble, but it might be a jazz trio, or it might be, you know, it can take lots of different configurations. And then on top of that, you know, you can do composition or something like this. Now, however, I wouldn't wish to give you the wrong impression, because there are, even at the finals levels, the only 2 kind of 8 papers that you absolutely have to take are ones which are kind of in the area, the academic kind of essay area that you're describing. So, you know, if you are someone that really, really dislikes essay writing, then, you know, it will be a tough degree in that sense. However, you know, a lot of people come here thinking that they don't necessarily enjoy that side of things as much, and then they change their mind. My approach with my students is try everything. And inevitably, in every single cohort, I have students that change the specialism or change the configuration of the degree from what they came in thinking that they would do. And I would say that our degree is very strong in exposing you to lots of different ways that you can study music empirically. If you're interested in kind of the kind of psychological side, if you're interested in kind of doing field work and studying, you know, music, if you're interested in performance, if you're interested in composition, recording, or whatever, to actually try your hand at all of those things and then find out what you're interested in is one of the, I think, joys of that the students experience when they go through and end up being surprised and surprising themselves where they end up. But then there are some who end up taking it, you know, like the pathway that they expect to take, and they get to do that as well. I've had many comments from students at the kind of, I don't know, at the finals when I talk to students, not just from Somerville, but I teach students from across most of the colleges in the university as a whole because of the subjects that I teach. And, you know, who all say they've really loved the fact that at that finals level particularly, they can almost make the degree their own. So you can definitely specialize in that regard. I'd say keep an eye out for the curriculum release. Okay, if you are offered a place at another college, what would be the chances of influencing which college if there was more than one college available other than your first choice? If you're offered a place at another college, what would be the chances of okay, so if you are offered a place at any college, then your offer, unless you are given what is called an open offer, is tied to the college that you have, you know, been made the offer from. So I think that answers your question. I think you're asking if there's any potential to move after the point at which you've been made an offer. And no, I would expect if I was made an offer from a college that's the college that I'm then tied to. Okay. 9, do I need to play lots of instruments to grade 8 or diploma level to fit in with other students on the course? No. As I mentioned before, there are students that are really kind of, and like one of the questioners, performance heavy, which is really fantastic for them. We have you know, a number of our students go on to conservatoire kind of level after this and pursue performance in that area. But no, there are a lot of students as well where performance is not that main interest. In that sense, we are not a conservatoire, and there are people that are really, really interested in the other ways in which you can engage with music making that don't involve instrumental performance to the degree that you're describing. So no, you don't. And there are, a lot of, the profile of our music students is so diverse, and so you will fit in. Okay, what musical extracurricular activities are there at Somerville? Do these overlap with or contribute to the degree course at all? Okay, really interesting. So there are two kinds of, I guess, main areas where I see the extracurricular music activities at Somerville. One is the activities and events run by the Somerville Music Society. So this is the student society, and they put on a number of events, and it basically changes in relation to whoever the cohort is at the time that is running the society and what it is that they're interested in. As you know, with the context and the pandemic being what it is, it's been quite a strange situation. But one of the events, just to give an example, this term, because of all the social distancing things that had to be put in place, one of the kind of things that could happen according to and within government guidelines that they wanted to do was a kind of, because we have 2 DJs that are in the music course across different years, and they put on this kind of silent disco event, because it also had to be quiet because people were taking kind of exams at the time. So there's a need to not have too much noise. So it can range from that to the fact that we have, organists that, as I mentioned, I have organists, and one of them is really, really interested in basically church music and pursuing that as a career. So that individual, when they do that, they're really doing something that's going to be involved in their course. And that person's also interested in conducting, which is something that I haven't mentioned so far, but which is another of these kind of practical performance elements that you can take as part of the degree. And so what a perfect way to actually practice that. So there are ways in which, because you're in control as part of the Music Society, as to the kind of events that you put on and the kind of the shape of the extracurricular kind of events, where you can tailor it to make it something that will support your degree. So, we have another student who's really heavily involved in arranging music for the gospel choir in the university, and she does some excellent work as part of that. And she's also doing a kind of dissertation on gospel music. So you can see the ways in which that would interrelate. So there's lots of ways that could happen. And it's sort of, up to you how far you want to take that. Okay, similar to the above, what's the music scene like in Somerville itself? Okay, I've answered this, haven't I? Is there a music society? How many students on the music course are there roughly in the college? So we take about 4 a year, although for exceptional reasons, there've been a couple more in the past 2 cohorts. So, and there's 3 years. So you're looking at, about 12 folks in the undergraduate cohort. What careers do you generally see graduates going into? It's really interesting. The graduates can take, as I mentioned, so we have like this cohort that goes on to be, professional musicians in various ways, whether they're performers, composers, a lot that are interested in academia in some kinds of ways and go on to pursue that in maybe, if not exactly music, also related ways. We have a number of people who kind of use the transferable skills that we have, to move into some other areas, a few students that actually come in knowing that maybe they don't want to be professional musicians or pursue this as a pathway, but convert to, something like law or something like medicine and these kinds of things. And building on that, we have a number of people that are kind of interested in these applied areas, of how music is used, as I mentioned before, some of the courses that I take, where students that tend to be interested in music teaching or music therapy, or basically using music with specific populations and working with people with specific populations with music. And there are people that definitely go on into that area as well. A lot of people that are passionate about music or had a great music teacher and are inspired to be music teachers themselves and those kinds of things. So that is the range of places we see our graduates going. And then, of course, there are, you know, as I mentioned before, kind of transferring into other areas, including business. Okay, how much should I mention about my extracurricular music stuff in my personal statement? I mean, music is one of these, is a bit of a kind of different subject in the sense that the extracurricular music stuff might speak to the academic potential, the potential you have to with the degree, because it involves things that might, you know, really relate to your extracurricular music stuff. So, you know, I would say, again, look at the kind of application guidance on the website that we have, and what the qualifications are. And, you know, the other thing I would say is some of the kind of soft skills that you get from the extracurricular music stuff can be indicative as well, in terms of just, you know, kind of capacity to organize your time and things like that. So yeah, mention them, but remember that, again, what we're looking for really is that academic ability and potential for the course. So, you know, and whatever way that you are suggesting in your personal statement that you want to specialize should somehow be kind of reflected, I guess, more strongly in the application package as a whole. Okay, does Somerville offer any instrumental awards or music scholarships? Yes, we do. We have some scholarships which are not only open to music students, so they tend to, the cohort that receives them, we have this thing called the Margaret Irene Seymour Instrumental Music Awards, for example. And so at the beginning of each year, the new students will come and they will kind of play for us. And then, you know, if a couple of them will be chosen to receive money, which is expected to go to their continuing development in music. And, you know, we have some excellent musicians that are not reading music. And so, as I mentioned, the awards are open to them as well. So we have a really good mix. That's the other thing to mention about the Music Society, that we have a really good mix of students that get engaged with it. And it's not just the music students. And it's something that, in a way, we're more and more trying to make sure that we can kind of engage the musical interests and enthusiasms of people from across the college more broadly. And it's a really nice way to do that. Okay. I can't decide between applying to a conservatoire or for a music degree at Oxford. How would you recommend students choose, and what are the pros and cons of each pathway? So that's a great question. Obviously, I'm here advocating to you from the Oxford music degree. And what I would say is that we have, you know, as I mentioned, a number of students that go on to postgrad stuff in a conservatoire setting who tell us, you know, we're still in touch with them, how much this kind of broader kind of look, this kind of philosophically critical look at the area, the various ways that you can study music has broadened their mindset and enriched their understanding of their musical praxis as they go forward, even if they go to become performers. So it's about not just honing in on just those technical skills and that kind of factual knowledge, but actually engaging really critically with the various ways you can study music that are not necessarily on offer in the conservatoire. But, you know, there are some great degrees in conservatoire, so you should, you know, also just have a look at the course kind of pathways and see, you know, are you really wanting to just hone in and narrow in on that skill set now, and you want to get a jump start on that now, then that's great. If you're quite interested in exploring, and as I said before. A number of our students come in and think it's going to go one way, and then they end up going another way, and they're really glad for it. So that kind of exploratory thing and that kind of breadth is what I would say you should be thinking about in choosing between the two pathways. What do I research within music? So as I mentioned before, it's the same areas that I teach in. So I research within kind of community music, music education contexts, and kind of ethnomusicological kind of stuff. So I'm really interested in music and migration, kind of diversity in music education and these kinds of things. And so those are the areas that I research within music, things to do with kind of musical encounters between cultures in various kinds of contexts. So those are the areas that I research within. And so those are the kinds of areas that I teach in as well. And so I see our own students through, as I mentioned before, courses like, in addition to my own, which are about kind of the different ways that one can study music and again, use music in these particular applied contexts, and kind of, you know, the way that music is used for peace building and those kinds of things as well. But I also tend to take courses run by our ethnomusicology specialist, Professor Staniek over at St. John's. So I tutor our own students in things like world jazz, ethnomusicology, and these kinds of areas as well. Okay, how is music at Somerville different from at other colleges? Good question. So in some ways it's, you know, it's exactly the same, which is to say we all the students, that don't matter what college you go to, right? You're all doing the same degree. So, you know, you have the potential to go through with the pathway that you like, in whatever way that you like. I hope, in a sense, that my answers to the previous questions have given you a sense of myself as a personal tutor and the kind of culture that exists amongst the students here, and the kind of diverse interests that I really try to, you know, get them to engage with each other in, so that in a way that contact with your colleagues, with your peers, is one of the greatest resources that you'll have. And so that's something that I really try to foster here. And so that's something that I think is not unique to Somerville, but it's definitely something that we focus on. But in other ways, you know, as I say, the course is exactly the same. And so, you know, definitely have a look around at colleges and see what you think fits you best. But of course, I'll say I think that Somerville is great and you should come here. All right, sorry if I've missed this. What are the opportunities to conduct? Yes, there are opportunities to conduct, in fact. So in the college, are you interested? I'm not sure what kind of music you're interested in. So you can conduct, you know, there's opportunities to conduct the choir if you're involved in those scholarships. You know, our students are the ones that conduct our own ensembles and orchestras. And so we also have, the Music Society has in recent years been using some of the funds to get additional support in developing their conducting, which then in the faculty they use, because you can take conducting as part of your degree formally. So there are lots of opportunities to conduct. And this is the last question. Are there many university level music curricular opportunities like orchestras and jazz bands, etc.? Yes to both. Absolutely. And our students have historically been involved in the university-wide orchestras and the jazz band and, you know, the jazz orchestra and, as I mentioned before, the gospel choir. So absolutely. And, you know, I would encourage you to be engaged in all of those things. Great. We have Will Dawes, the director of chapel music. If you're interested in that side of things, Will Dawes is great. He involves, he gets his students involved in a range of different music. And I think that's a real strength of our chapel music scene, is that it's sort of got this range of music that they sing as compared to a lot of the chapel choirs. So speak with him at 2:30 to 3. He'll be kind of answering some questions. So listen, thank you so much for your excellent questions. I hope that, you got out of this what you wanted to get out of this, and hopefully I'll see some applications from you coming through soon. All right. Nice to see you all. Bye.
like a rocket launch. Hello, well, good afternoon. Welcome very much to this session in Somerville Open Days. You have 2 history tutors here. There are 3 tutors, but 2 of us are present today. So we'll start by introducing ourselves, and then we'll take some questions and perhaps talk a bit about Somerville history. So my name is Natalia Nowakowska. I'm Professor of Early Modern European History here at Somerville. My research interests are mainly in the history of Poland and Central Europe in the Renaissance, but I also teach papers on European history, Tudor and Stuart history, conquest of the Americas, empires across early modern Eurasia. All of our teaching is quite wide-ranging. So that's me, and I'll hand you over to my colleague to introduce herself.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Faridah Zaman. I'm Associate Professor in the History of Britain and the World at Somerville. Like Natalia, I work on a kind of variety of things, mostly in the modern period. I mostly work on the modern British Empire, on Muslim political thought, and British left politics increasingly. And I teach several different papers at Somerville, including papers in global history and in British history and history and economics. So that's us.
So the first question is a kind of classic question: what makes Somerville a good place to study history? So I'll kick off, and I'm sure Faridah may want to come in if she wants to add anything. So obviously the actual history degree is set by the university, but the experience of being taught it will depend a little bit, will vary from college to college. So the first thing to say about Somerville is that we're quite a big college for history, insofar as we have 3 tutors. So most Oxford colleges will have 2 fellows in history, which means they'll take about 8 students a year. But we have 3, which is wonderful. We have a medievalist, an early modernist, myself, and Faridah, our modernist. And that means we can take at least 12 students a year. We have quite a big cohort. And the second point I'd make is that also we take, as well as that, we take quite a number of joint schools students. So we admit for ancient and modern history, history and economics, history and English, history and modern languages. And so therefore we have sort of 12 full-time history places, but in any given year, quite a few of those are people who are doing joint schools, which count as a half place. So we have actually a large body. Each year group has probably 15 up to 16 students. So you get a really nice cohort effect at Somerville. You get to talk to students who may be doing English literature or French translation theory for part of their degree. And the third thing I would say is that we have a really good library for history. This is partly due to historic reasons, because when Somerville was founded as a women's college, the female students here weren't allowed to use the main official university library in the Bodleian. So the women's colleges had to build their own very large libraries and sort of stock their own books. And that tradition, students are now allowed, of course, to use the Bodleian, but that tradition has remained. So I hope you'll get a chance to come and see Somerville in person at some point when it's safe to do so. And if you ask for a tour of a library, most of the top floor of our very beautiful Victorian library is history books. So it's a very good place to have lots of texts on hand. So all colleges are good, but those are some of the distinctive things I think about the experience of studying history at Somerville.
Right, we have a second question. What does a week in the life of a history student look like? Does it depend on the college? That's a really good question, and it's hard to generalize actually, because your terms will look quite different as you go through the degree. And I can sort of briefly tell you what the first term might look like. You will be doing one sort of big outline paper, which will require you to do an essay or something like an essay every week, and another paper which you will probably do an essay maybe once a fortnight. So you'll have a fairly kind of stable schedule throughout the term. Your second term will look a lot like that, and then your third term you'll probably be doing a specialist paper in classes that the faculty organizes, and then your second year and your third year, some of that will continue, some of it will change. We have a mixture everybody knows about, I think, or everybody's heard about the Oxford tutorial system, but we also teach quite a lot of papers through classes and other kinds of formats, so more of that sort of starts coming in your second and third year. Does it depend college to college? That's a good question. Largely, no. For the most part, the workload is very similar across the entire history faculty, whichever college you're at. There are some slight differences in how different colleges sort of schedule things. So it could be that certain colleges require you to take a couple more options for certain papers or do a couple more essays, but for the most part, it doesn't really differ. No.
We also have a question about whether you recommend choosing a college based on the research interests of that college's tutors. which is a really interesting question. So I suppose the kind of short answer is perhaps not. It's good to be aware that as Oxford tutors, they have regular research leave. So you wouldn't want to pick a college which had a tutor on Nazi Germany, let's use that example, and hope that they would teach you a Nazi Germany paper, because they may well be on leave that term. So be aware that sort of tutors have quite sort of complicated lives and come and go to a certain extent. But having said that, I mean, I think it's really worth, if one's applying to a college or choosing college, it is worth getting to know what the tutors are studying. Yes, and getting a sense of their kind of broad interests, where they might fit with yours. I mean, if you found a college where none of the tutors were anything you were interested in, it's probably still worth applying, because part of the point of the degree is to kind of broaden your historical interest and expose you to new things. And in fact, it might be kind of a bracing and intellectually challenging thing to be taught by tutors who have interests very different to what you think your interests are. It's also worth saying students' research interests and historical interests change a lot over the course of the degree. It's very common to have students arrive in the first year and say that they want to do 20th century, and that's what they're waiting to get to in their final year and write their research on. But sometimes along the way, they're kind of converted into early medievalists and find themselves writing papers on grain supply in the late Roman Empire, for example. So I'd keep a really sort of open mind. I'd be aware very much of what tutors' interests are, but keep a really open mind about how those interests might relate to your own.
And there's nothing really kind of stopping you from working with tutors at other colleges when it comes to research projects like dissertations. We work really hard to kind of pair you up with the person whose research interest fits most closely with your own. And dissertation tutors, for instance, are usually in other colleges. It's very rare to be taught by someone in your own college for a thesis. So that's something to bear in mind. Okay, we have a fourth question. What would be a typical straight history interview like at Somerville? So we usually do. Things are a little bit sort of, since we've been doing remote interviews, the format has been changing a little bit. So it's hard to now kind of say definitively what the interview structure will look like this coming year. But typically we have 2 interviews, and the first interview relates to, or one of the 2 interviews relates to both your UCAS personal statement, so things that you've already told us about, things that you're interested about, will kind of lead part of the interview based on that, and on the written work that you've submitted. So you'll all kind of submit written work in the autumn, and that's something that we'll also kind of unpack and explore and try and sort of push you to think further about and learn more about. And then the second interview, typically in the past, we've often used a journal article. So an article that a sort of a research article that will give you some time to read, and then we'll sort of talk through it together. In the past year, last year's admission cycle, because things were a little bit sort of up in the air with the pandemic, we decided to use images instead. And that was quite a sort of fun intellectual exercise. It was sort of just as academic as using a research article, but it sort of it enabled us to use the format of remote interviews a little bit differently. Have we decided what the format will be this year?
I think it varies year by year, but I think it's broadly similar across all colleges, that most colleges use what they call interview 1, yes, to discuss the written work one sent in and perhaps the personal statement. And interview 2 is usually some form of source-based work, but exactly what format takes varies between college to college and also from year to year. Okay, we have a question that follows on from that. Question 5, what are you looking for in a history personal statement? How much weight does the personal statement have during shortlisting? So I'll answer the second part first about shortlisting. So the personal statement is not used by us in the shortlisting process. We have a number of very clear criteria we look at. We look at the HAT score, the History Admissions Test score. Quite early on in shortlisting, we look at GCSE score, though we contextualise that in all sorts of ways. We look at it relative to school cohort and that sort of thing. So there's no formal part of our process in which, as a kind of score entered for a personal statement. We use it much more as an aid in the interview, as Faridah mentioned. So I think the majority of colleges when interviewing for history, and certainly Somerville, the kind of opening questions are very likely to be about the personal statement. And they're not to test you or catch you out or to kind of test whether you have actually read page 57 of the book you mentioned. We use the personal statement much more as a kind of very open springboard to get candidates to talk about things they really want to talk about. So therefore, my main advice for the personal statement is to write about things you're really passionate about, but also to kind of put clues in there, not even clues, explicitly spell out for us what you're interested in. Because one may want to talk about 3 or 4 different things that come out of personal interviews. Somebody may have had some interesting internship or a visit to a property, or had an interesting talk online, maybe a book from one's own A-level course one has read, or something one has perhaps seen about history in the media, or something inspired by travel or local history in your area. There's a whole range of really kind of rich ways, directions which conversations based on personal statements can take. So in terms of write it for your benefit, not for ours. We're not looking to kind of have boxes ticked. We really just want something that tells us about your thinking, so we can kind of start off a conversation from that.
I think our next question follows on from that really nicely, actually. How can I prepare for the interviews? What makes a good interviewee? So as we mentioned, there are these 2 interviews. There's the first one on the personal statement and probably your written work, and the second one on a kind of a source of some kind. And really the first interview is the one that you can put yourself in the best position for, by making sure, as Natalia says, that your personal statement really is highlighting the things that you're most interested in. Don't throw lots and lots of sort of things in there, lots of detail that you wouldn't actually be prepared to have a sort of 10-15 minute chat about. It's better to focus on a few things that you would really be happy to chat with, a couple of history tutors, for a few minutes, than to throw in sort of every museum you've ever been to or every history book that you've ever read. And in terms of the written work, it's typically something that people have done at school at some point, maybe in their A-levels, maybe they've done it independently. And it's helpful to obviously kind of remind yourself of what you've written, and maybe to try and sort of think a little bit, anticipate some of the questions that someone might ask you about, if you've written an essay on, say, the Vietnam War or something, in what ways might that conversation go? You can sort of be thinking about that. In terms of the source analysis, I wouldn't say necessarily that there's lots you can do to prepare for that, because we're really not expecting you to have any familiarity with the source. In fact, we deliberately look for sources. We'll say, if we're going to pick a research article, we deliberately look for things that we hope that no one will have any familiarity with, because we kind of want your kind of fresh and honest kind of perspective on it, looking at it for the first time. So that one's a little bit harder to prepare for, and you shouldn't worry about that so much, because we're just trying to see how you sort of think and how you reason through things. Yeah.
Great. So we have another question about the history course. So in a history course, do I have to study all time periods, or can I focus more on a certain time period that I like, e.g. modern history? So the answer is sort of both. So the degree does have certain chronological requirements. So there are, and a geographical requirement too. So at some point over the 3 years of the degree, you're expected to do a kind of early period, a bit of medieval history at some point, a bit of early modern Renaissance era history, and then some modern at some point. So you can't do a degree just in early medieval or just in 20th century. But it's relatively easy to kind of meet those requirements, because one does 4 papers in the first year, what we call the prelims year, and then 7 papers for finals. It keeps changing, but 7 papers at the moment. So you only have to cover, only 3 of those really have to be used to fulfill those criteria. And that means you have the rest of the options in the papers and your own research dissertation to really sort of focus on areas that interest you. Some students take, I won't call it a pick and mix approach, I would say kind of adventurous, eclectic approach, where they do a bit of everything, a bit of Victorians, a bit of Anglo-Saxons, a bit of early Byzantium, and perhaps some Ottoman Empire as well. But some students know, particularly students who might be thinking of doing a master's, but not only them, but they really have an interest in a particular period. So we have a student at the moment, for example, who really likes early modern England, Tudors and Stuarts, and she's sort of building up, having met her chronological requirements, she's sort of building up a series of papers of different sorts set in early modern England, doing her research thesis and related. So there is scope to build up some quite significant period expertise or country expertise if you want to. This degree has, I heard it said once, but it has more options than any other history degree in the country. I think that may still be true. Faridah might be able to compare with Cambridge better than me. It means that timetabling the exams is very difficult when they're sat physically, but it does mean there's a huge kind of richness. And of course, it's a very large faculty. New academics, historians are joining the faculty all the time, putting on brand new papers. We've got a brand new paper this year on the road to Baghdad, early sort of Iraqi history from a new archaeology fellow. So yeah, that you can do both. There are some rules, you can range widely. I should mention there's a geographical rule as well, which has been introduced a bit more recently, but one has to do a bit of British, a bit of European, and a bit of global history as well. So we're trying to give you a sense of kind of perspective and a broad sense of reference while not stopping you from pursuing your own interests.
I think the next question has sort of been answered by what you've just said, Natalia. How much can I specialize during the history course and how early on? And just in terms of that early on, I think we at Somerville particularly encourage people to try and meet their chronological, those kind of period requirements as soon as possible, really, because then that frees up more options in kind of second year and third year. So while you can specialize quite early on, we would encourage you actually that it's nice to try and do some of your early, middle, modern to tick some of those boxes off in your first year, and then the second year and third year you can kind of go in the direction that you want. So maybe I'll move on to the next question instead. Are there any ways in which I can best prepare for the HAT test? I know that the test mainly looks to see how well the student can analyse and answer the question relevantly, as well as handling new concepts, but I was just wondering whether there were any more specific ways in which I could prepare. I think that's a good question. I think there are past HAT papers online that one can obviously have a look at and practice responding to. You could practice reading historical texts, I think. I mean, it can be quite hard because we try and find the extracts that we use for HAT, we try and find pieces that are as far away from kind of people's experience at sort of A-level kind of schoolwork that we can, and we obviously don't look for broader actually knowledge. That's not something that the HAT examiner is looking for. But if you kind of, I suppose, if there are ways in which you can become a little bit more kind of familiar with the way with different genres of historical writing, that might be something that you could do. The HAT test is also fairly short. I mean, I think it's an hour. So if you can practice sort of writing responses to past HAT extracts, seeing how much you can write in about sort of 50, 55 minutes, 60 minutes, that can also be quite helpful. We do look in a HAT answer, we do look at both the content, but also whether a piece is sort of relatively well structured and kind of relatively sort of coherent and well organized as an answer. So if that's something that you feel, under time pressure might be difficult to do, I would say that might be something you want to practice.
Yes, I think the HAT is sort of designed to be something one can't really practice for. But I agree with Faridah. I think looking at past papers is, but generally, yes, just reading as much history as possible and trying to think about history from lots of different angles. Yes, perhaps looking at different source materials. I agree. It's not meant to be something one can kind of cram for, as one might for an A-level, for example. Okay, question 10. Does the written work I submit have to be in history? And if so, should I write a new essay or use one from school? Okay, so the answer depends a little bit on whether you're applying for a kind of single honours history or joint school. Single honours history, yes, please, submit a history essay. For joint honours, a history in French, a history and English, I think you usually have the option to submit history essay as well as language essay. It'd be really helpful, but if you don't, we can find ways around that. We can talk along about the UCAS statement, for example. In terms of picking what written work to submit, I think there is a requirement it should be schoolwork. If one's been in school recently, perhaps one's had a gap year, it's slightly different. It's really good to submit something that you think is good, so perhaps your best piece of work, but also a piece of work you're really interested in. And if you wrote an essay at school that got a really high mark, but you found it incredibly boring, that's probably not the best choice. You want that sort of sweet spot, something which the teacher thinks is very good, you think is very good, and you would be very happy to talk about for 15, 20 minutes to Oxford tutors, and to kind of think about from fresh angles and so on. Yes, and also it's quite good to submit something that you've done relatively recently. Again, that's a bit harder if one's taken a gap year, but sometimes applicants in the past have submitted essays that they wrote right at the beginning of their A-level course on topics they haven't really thought about since, and then it's sort of a bit stressful for a candidate to talk about something they really haven't thought about or talked about in school for several months. So something that is fresh, and therefore certainly for the interview, reading over the written work, thinking about whether you might have approached it in any different way if you were writing it later. Have you learned anything since you submitted it which might lead you to kind of approach it from a different angle or think differently? Because those are the sorts of questions that are likely to be asked in an interview. Yeah.
Good. Okay, so question 11, how important are GCSE grades? Will you take the pandemic into account as we weren't able to sit exams? Okay, that's I think that's an important question. So the first part of that, as Natalia mentioned a few minutes ago, GCSE grades are one part of the quite sort of complex ways in which we arrive particularly at our sort of shortlisting decision. So the decision making that goes into deciding sort of who's going to come for interviews. And GCSE grades are always contextualized, so we take into account particularly, I suppose, the performance of your school as a whole. And this year and last year, I think we've been taking the pandemic into account in a kind of a much kind of broader and sort of holistic way. So it's hard to say specifically how the pandemic has affected kind of particular people's GCSE performance or their kind of predicted grades or their achieved grades. What we've done really is just be kind of across the board really aware of the fact that all of you have experienced this kind of really unprecedented and strange and sort of difficult 2 years now. And so that's something that we're thinking about sort of across the board. But we've had for very many years, we've already had lots of strategies for thinking about GCSEs in a really subtle and sort of nuanced ways. Yes. Is there anything to add to that, Natalia?
No, I don't think so. I think it leads on quite well to the next question. So I might sort of allude back to some of the points you made. So the next question is, how much does the written work that I submit contribute towards the shortlisting process during admissions? Do my chances for an interview depend on this? So the short answer is no. But perhaps, building on what Faridah said, maybe I'll talk through a little bit the kind of stages of the process and how shortlisting decisions and admissions decisions are made. So the first 2 bits of information we look at for shortlisting, and the only things we look at before shortlisting, are the HAT score and the contextualised GCSE grade. So even though you've sent in your written work, we won't look at that. We won't even read UCAS personal statements. The shortlisting is based on the HAT and GCSE. What I would stress, though, is that if someone's just missed the HAT sort of pass mark or cut-off mark for shortlisting, we always look very carefully. We do then look at the UCAS form. We kind of look at the file in the round. So we're very careful that people aren't arbitrarily kind of cut off at shortlisting stage. If somebody gets a mark that's at well above the HAT score for interviewing, that's fine, but we are very careful. So I wouldn't want you to think there's some sort of impersonal computer that is arbitrarily doing this. There's an awful lot of sort of human eyes look at these things as well. But normal course of things, it's your HAT mark and the context and GCSE. And then once a candidate is confirmed that they're being invited for interview, then we open up the written work, we read the written work, and there are 2 interviews. So in terms of how we make the final decision, we kind of mark, in a sense, across 5 criteria. So we give a kind of mark out of the HAT, for context of GCSE, for the written work, for interview 1 and interview 2. So this goes back to what I was saying earlier, the personal statement is never kind of formally marked. And everything in the UCAS form we might use as kind of broader contextual information if we're making some difficult kind of borderline decisions about places. I mean, we do read all the references in all the UCAS forms, but they kind of form helpful background information for us. They're not formally used as assessment criteria. Yep, so the written work, it's potentially 1/5 of the kind of scoring that we use internally toward places. It's important because it's used in the interview, but it's not looked at until we have the kind of shortlisting stage done.
I think it's also kind of important to add that the reason why we don't factor it in that initial shortlisting process is that the written work can vary very much depending on what kind of school you went to, what kind of experience you had studying history at your school. Sometimes people have lots of disruption, you know, they've got teachers coming and going or all sorts of things. And so we tend to think that the hat, because as we've said, it's something that you can't really revise for or cram for, is a little bit more of a kind of fairer way to make that initial decision. With written work, sometimes people have lots of feedback from their teacher, sometimes they don't. So we don't tend to think that that is necessarily the fairest thing to use in that initial stage.
I should say, yeah, on the written work that we obviously we kind of, it's hard not to notice the teacher's comments and read all over the essay that's been sent in, but we don't pay a huge amount of attention, as it were. I mean, we sort of mark the essays ourselves from scratch, and actually we're often marking to somewhat different criteria. We don't have an A-level mark sheet in front of us. We're not interested in sort of a kind of imaginary A-level mark the essay would get. We're looking really for potential. So are there kind of interesting ideas in this essay, or is this person kind of putting an interesting twist on the question, or have they got a kind of take on it that's a bit unusual or a bit unexpected? So we're marking it as that we're kind of undergraduate work, or work one might use in a tutorial. And so in that case, yeah, if there's a piece of work that you really want to talk about and you think is very good, you know, it's worth having the courage, have a conversation with a teacher, but it's also worth having the courage for your convictions. I mean, sometimes students have sent in work quite bravely, which we thought was really great, but it got quite a low mark from a teacher. So you have to talk to your teachers, but also use a little bit of your own kind of judgment and historical thinking there as well.
The tricky thing for us is sometimes when people submit an essay that's a sort of response to a source and we can't see the source. So there is a lot of that in kind of in various A-level courses where you're writing response essays to kind of source extracts. I'd say sort of maybe be kind of sure that that's what you want to submit, because it's quite hard for us to sometimes judge the quality of the written work if we can't see what it is you're responding to. Okay, what careers do history graduates go on to? Quite a broad range, really. Typically, every year we have a couple of students who want to stay on. They love history so much, they want to stay on and do more history, and they'll apply for various kinds of masters within the broad field of history. So this year we've got people who are staying on to do masters in history, masters in classical archaeology, and in archive study. So really, even within the kind of field of further history in quite sort of divergent ways. Typically, we have 2 or 3 students every year who decide they want to become teachers. So we've got people this year who've been accepted into Teach First, and people who are going down the kind of a more traditional, I suppose, PGCE route. We typically have a couple of people every year who decide to they want to do law. So a few go straight into kind of conversion courses. We're seeing the last couple of years we've had students who want to do more kind of work with sort of NGOs and things. So we've got a couple of students going in that direction. I'm trying to think of any kind of unusual careers or things that we might not have.
We have a student who went into filmmaking, has been shortlisted for an Emmy. Yes, we have people who've become anthropologists and work on mindfulness and mindfulness centres. We're running out of time. We have 1 minute left. So just a couple of questions I want to touch on very briefly. How much weight do you put on predicted A-level grades prior to shortlisting? Not at shortlisting stage, no. We only look at predicted A-level grades. We're at kind of the final point of drawing up a list after interview. We have a list of people we're deciding who we're going to make offers to. We take it into account, but it's not, again, a formal part of the process at offer stage. Faridah, do you want to take 20 seconds on what is the community of historians? What is the
community of historians like in the college? It's a great community. We're a large community of historians. We're 3 tutors, usually a couple of early career fellows, and 15 or so historians in each year. So cumulatively about 45 historians. We're a massive group of historians, and we're very sociable, and we have a fancy dress party every year. I think I'll leave it there.
That seems like a good place to finish. Do feel free to email us, email the admissions office if there are any questions, and do try and come and see the college, meet students in person as and when that becomes possible, because that's a really nice experience too. Okay, very much hope to see some of you at interview. Goodbye from us for now then. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hi, I'm Louise Mycock, and I am an Associate Professor in Linguistics, and I'm also the Tutorial Fellow in Linguistics at Somerville College. What I'm going to do for the next 30 minutes is answer your questions. They're going to pop up on a chat screen in front of me, so excuse me if my kind of eye line is diverted a bit, but please send in your questions and I'll read them out and reply to them in the next 30 minutes. So the first question is, can I take linguistics as a single honours course? And the answer to that is no. Linguistics is only taught at Oxford at undergraduate level as part of a joint degree, so either modern languages and linguistics or as part of the PPL degree. PPL stands for Psychology, Philosophy and Linguistics. So if you're interested in linguistics, you would study it in combination with either psychology or philosophy. Possible to take psychology, philosophy and linguistics threads to that PPL degree, but you apply for a combination of two. So I think that's answered that one. Question 2, can you recommend a specific wider reading for someone new to linguistics? Well, the good thing is everybody's new to linguistics. It's not something that's taught in schools. So what I'd say is a useful place for further reading is to take a look at our faculty webpage, which is ling-phil, so ling-phil.ox.ac.uk. And on there you'll see suggestions for further reading and things that you might like to look at in terms of learning more about linguistics. Okay, question 3. How many languages can you take linguistics with? Okay, so I see there's a couple of questions here. I'll answer that one first. So at Somerville, we admit for a range of modern languages and linguistics, and it's one modern language with linguistics, and those languages are French, German, Italian, Russian, or Spanish. So you pick one of those languages to go with linguistics. Also do begin as Italian, so Italian from scratch with linguistics. It depends on the college in terms of what they'll admit for with respect to the modern language and linguistics, so that's an important thing to check, but those are the ones that we admit for at Somerville. What are the benefits of studying a language with linguistics as opposed to just language on its own? Well, I'm going to be biased. I think with respect to linguistics, it does give you a sense of patterns in the language that you're studying, but patterns more widely in language as well, and kind of broader questions about language too. What does it mean to speak a language, looking at language in its social context? And if you do that as a single, just a modern language degree, you will have that to some extent for French or Spanish or Russian. But with linguistics, we look at the broad range of languages. So for example, in the first year course, we'll look at native Australian languages, we'll look at maybe some native American languages too. So we get a real sense of kind of a broad scope of language. So it gives a wider perspective, I think, than if you just focused on modern languages as a single honours degree. How does the linguistics course compare to the English course at Oxford, particularly the language part? So the linguistics degree, as I've said, would have to be modern languages and linguistics or psychology, philosophy and linguistics. So we definitely work with English data and we'll work with some of the same concepts, but there wouldn't be a kind of English literature dimension to the course as such, or the content. So in the sense that we're looking at language, there would be a common base, but as I've already alluded to, we don't just focus only on English in terms of the data that we're concerned with. We cast the net a lot wider. How many of the colleges teach the modern languages and linguistics course? That's something to take a look at on the admissions page. So if you go to the Oxford Admissions, Modern Languages and Linguistics, you'll see a list of colleges that admit for modern languages and linguistics, and there you'll be able to see which modern languages they each admit for. Okay, I think you might have lost me for a minute there. I'm going to keep talking in the hope that if you can't see me, you can at least hear me. Next question is, how much overlap is there between linguistics and the other subjects that can be studied with it? And what I think is really interesting is that I wouldn't say there's overlap, but there's like huge connections and many different connections as well. For me as a tutor, what I find really interesting is when we get together and there is somebody doing psychology and linguistics, there's somebody doing philosophy and linguistics, there's somebody doing a modern language and linguistics. We're all interested in language, but we are coming at the issue of what language is, what its structure is, how best to study it, the different dimensions origins of language, you know, in its social context and so on. We're all coming at those from different angles. So while I wouldn't say it's kind of overlap, but it definitely intersects with those different things. So, for example, if you're interested in psychology and linguistics, there is a psycholinguistics course. So that absolutely draws together the psychology and the linguistics aspects as well. With philosophy and linguistics, there's a semantics course, and that really interfaces very well with the philosophy side and also the linguistics side. And with modern languages and linguistics, I'm always happy if people bring in data from the language that they're studying. That can be very interesting for the whole group, because, you know, you're going to tell us some more about Russian or Spanish, tell us how it's different from other languages, other data we might be considering. And also as well, if you have a language that you speak at home, maybe not one that you studied, but one that you're very familiar with, it's interesting to bring that data in too. So I think it's more about intersection than overlap, but definitely we're drawing together all of those threads from all of the different joint schools when we meet and when we have tutorials and classes. Does linguistics have a heavy essay focus? There is definitely an essay writing dimension to it. We also work with data though, because what we're interested in too, of course, is kind of getting our hands dirty with data and looking at how we might analyze data that will enable us to understand linguistics more. We also, you know, are involved in things like, you know, transcription, so using the International Phonetic Alphabet to transcribe language. So there's definitely, it's not just essays, but certainly, you know, if we're talking about issues such as the history of linguistics, or, you know, perhaps comparing animal communication to human communication, what the differences are, then you would be expected to produce essays for that. How much linguistics is there on the joint degrees like PPL? Is it evenly split? Well, one of the things that I think is great about the PPL course is the amount of control that you have over the actual balance between the subjects. So at the end of the degree, you will take 8 papers in psychology and linguistics or philosophy and linguistics. And quite a lot of people do a 4-4, an even split there. But you can do 5-3. You'll have to do 3 of each of the subjects, so 3 psychology or 3 linguistics or 3 philosophy, but you could lean more towards one of the other elements of the PPL degree. So you can really kind of adjust that to reflect your own interests as they develop during the course. It's important to bear in mind for psychology, if you want accreditation with the full psychology, accreditation for the psychology side of things, you would have to do a minimum of 4 psychology papers, but you can balance things out as you see fit, depending on what your interests are as that develops. So that's quite interesting. With respect to modern languages and linguistics and the balance there as well, you have to do a general linguistics paper, and then you can pick another linguistics paper. There's a third option, which if you're more of the literature kind of side of things, you could go do literature, or you could do another linguistics paper. So again, there's flexibility there. And I think that's a really good point about this degree, that you are in control of, you know, how you balance things out with these joint courses. How much can you specialize on the course? I'm not sure there if you mean specialize in terms of a subfield of linguistics, or maybe undertake some sort of advanced sort of research thread. The answer is that you can do both of those things. So post first year, there is flexibility in terms of choosing what you want to pursue. So there are some constraints on that. Especially for PPL, everybody has to do general linguistics, but then for PPL, you have to take a kind of foundational subject, which is either phonetics and phonology, or syntax, or semantics, and then there are more possibilities. So maybe you want to look at psycholinguistics, maybe sociolinguistics, maybe historical linguistics. There's also the possibility to do linguistics research in the sense of doing a thesis or a project as well, which would have more of a kind of practical, possibly experimental dimension to it. So I'm not sure whether you mean specialize in a subfield or specialize in terms of carrying out your own kind of research, but I think both of those are covered there. Is there any forensic linguistics content in your course? Not at the moment, no. Is English language A-level a requirement for the course? No. If you look on the admissions pages, it says that it might be helpful. And that really is just about English language A-level being helpful, because it may introduce you to elements of linguistic analysis, but it's not a requirement at all. How many students study linguistics each year at Somerville and at the university as a whole? So I'd say the university as a whole, so the kind of first year intake, there's roughly about 50, and the kind of proportions there between modern languages and linguistics and PPL can vary. It's sort of 50-50, you know, they can go a bit either way. With respect to students studying linguistics each year at Somerville, we aim to admit 6 each year, so it's a healthy sized cohort, and there may be some changes from year to year, but as a rule of thumb that will be 2 modern languages and linguistics students and 4 PPL students. When writing personal statements for joint courses, how much should I talk about linguistics and how much about the other subjects? Should it be evenly balanced? So I always feel this is a bit of a tough one for you because you're not necessarily applying for linguistics and another subject through UCAS for every university that you're going to be applying to. And we are realistic about that. It would be nice to have some indication of your interest in linguistics in there, but we know that it's got to serve purposes other than just the application to Oxford. So if you can include it, great. It would be nice to have some indication of that. As for evenly balanced, you won't have studied linguistics at school, and we are aware of that, but we would like to see, you know, an indication of your interest. Having said that, we aren't going to make a decision just based on the personal statement. We will look at the whole of your application. So it's nice to have that in there, but in terms of evenly balanced, you know, I don't think that's something that I could say yes or no on. What's your opinion? What, in your opinion, is the best thing about linguistics at Oxford? I like the fact that there is flexibility in the course, that you can pursue your interests after the first year. And after the first year, you will be taught by experts in those particular fields. And I love the fact that I get to teach students who are doing various modern languages, who have interest in psychology, who have interest in philosophy. I think it's a really lively and active community who we're all trying to answer the same questions, but we come at them from different perspectives. So I find that very stimulating, and I think the students find that stimulating too. Is there an admissions test? Okay, so for linguistics, the answer is no. For PPL, you have to take the TSA, and for modern languages, there will be something on the MLAT test. So there isn't a linguistics-specific admissions test, but for the other part of the degree, there will be one. So you will need to check that out and make sure that you have that all sorted out. Do I need to submit written work when applying for linguistics? If so, what do you look for in this? Well, again, we know that your UCAS application doesn't only come to us. If you could include something that indicated, you know, an ability with language or an interest in language or some sort of linguistic analysis, that's great. But equally, maybe that's not possible. If you haven't, you know, done that kind of work, then, you know, maybe it would be better for you to perhaps think about submitting something else. And it also depends on the other courses that you're applying for. So there's no need to submit specific work for linguistics, but if you have something that would show an interest in language in the broad sense, or some sort of indication of linguistic analysis, then, you know, that would be helpful. But again, as I say, we take the whole application into consideration. So to include that or not, that wouldn't be the one thing that would be kind of like, you know, yes, you're getting an interview, or no, you're not. What's the interview like? How can I best prepare for it? I would say that it's important for you to know what linguistics is and what it isn't. Okay, so somebody asked earlier on about wider reading. Inform yourself about that. As I said, we know that nobody studies linguistics at school. So we want to know that you know what it is, and that you understand what the field is, and what the kind of questions are, what the interests are as well. So I would say do some of that wider reading. Check out the Linguistic Faculty's webpage, and you'll get some suggestions there for further things to read, and that will help you kind of on your way as you're starting to prepare for that interview. What are you looking for in applicants? Well, we really want to see potential, because nobody studied linguistics, so we're not assuming a knowledge base, but we're looking for evidence of aptitude in terms of analysing data precisely and accurately, knowing what the field is, knowing what the big questions in the field are. So those are the kind of things that we're looking for at interview. What are my research interests? Oh, that's so nice. Thank you for asking. I'm a syntactician. So I look at word order, but I find it hard to stay in the little syntax box. So I wander off quite a lot and look at a lot of other things. So I've looked at the interaction between word order and intonation in Hungarian and Japanese. At the moment, I'm looking at a construction in British English, which is when people say things like, he's a good bloke, him. That pronoun at the end there, what's that doing there? And I'm also looking at that historically as well. So I've published recently on the same construction, which can be found in early modern English. So looking at the work of Shakespeare, Johnson and Marlowe. Thanks for that. What makes Somerville a good college to study linguistics at? Is there any difference between colleges? One thing I would say is that I'm the tutorial fellow in linguistics at Somerville, and it's not the case that there are necessarily tutorial fellows in linguistics at Somerville, sorry, tutorial fellows in linguistics at every college. So I'm with you throughout the journey. Yeah, I will see you for interview, and I will hopefully see you at the end of your degree as you successfully leave off out into the world. Because I'm the tutorial fellow in linguistics, I'll teach you in the first year, probably. I'll teach you at lectures, I'll also teach you in classes and also tutorials as well. So I get to see your development through the course, but also through the first year too. And as I've already mentioned, I think it's a really lively community. As I say, our aim is to take 6 students every year. So there's a good body of linguists in the sense of people studying linguistics at Somerville, but there are also linguists in the sense of people in modern languages, and then we have obviously our colleagues in psychology and philosophy as well. What are linguistics tutorials like? So they may be kind of essay based if they're about kind of general linguistics. For our grammar classes in the first year, then we might be looking at data. That's probably a slightly larger group, between 3 and 6 people, I would say. And then later on at FHS level, you'll be taught in either pairs or one-on-one. Maybe you'll be looking at data, maybe an essay to discuss. And take things forward from there. And as I said, linguistics tutorials, you obviously have your tutor with you, but you may very well be taught with somebody who is doing a modern language, psychology or philosophy. So quite a varied set of interests and background knowledge being brought to the discussion. How many contact hours do you have a week? That is going to vary over the course of the degree. For first year, I see students every week, and they will have some other small group teaching or paired tutorials with another tutor as well. And then there are lectures, obviously at a larger scale. Moving forward then, it depends on the it depends on the papers that you take. But as a point of contact, I'm always there. So I see everybody at the beginning of term, I see everybody at the end of term, just to check how things are going. And I set up the teaching for the next term. So to make sure that you have got that constant set of teaching. So for looking at post first year, I would say, it's really difficult to say. If you do modern languages, there's a lot of kind of work in terms of language classes and so on. So that would be slightly different from the philosophy side and the psychology side as well. But they also, of course, have their own teaching strands there too. What's the workload like on the joint courses? Is it manageable? So I would say that, you know, we're as balanced as other courses. It's not, you know, it's a joint degree. You're not doing kind of 2 degrees all mashed into one. So I think it's a workable load. It is, you know, it's intense. We have these 8-week terms, 3 8-week terms, and there's a lot packed into those. But you know, if there was ever to be a kind of squeeze or a concern, then, you know, I'm there to hear about these things and help with any issues where, you know, if things start to kind of pile up a bit, maybe, you know, there is that level of support at college as well. But it is a balanced workload. We sit down, me and the other tutor from whatever the other side of the joint course is, and work out a workload which is manageable for you, which is evenly spread. Are there opportunities to visit countries to experience languages covered in the linguistics course? So if you're doing modern languages, you will spend a year abroad as part of the course. In terms of the PPL course, there's nothing necessarily built into the course. So the modern languages course does have that year abroad requirement, where you will go to a country which is, majority speaking the language that you're studying. So it's not built into the course, but there may be opportunities that you want to pursue in terms of volunteering or looking at other aspects of experience in those language, and there is college support for those kinds of things that you can apply for. What careers do students tend to go on to after they graduate from the course? So it's a wide range. Some go into academia. With my linguistics degree, I worked in publishing for 10 years. We have people go into the civil service. We have people go into defence. We have people go into IT. We have people go into forensic sciences. So there's quite a lot of variety. And, I guess that's what you'd expect from having these two joint courses. How much prior knowledge are students expected to have about linguistics before they apply? We're realistic. We know nobody studies linguistics at school. So we are looking for potential. But as I've mentioned before, we want to know that you know what you're getting yourself into. So it's important that you read around and learn about what linguistics is, learn about what the focus is in terms of it being the scientific study of human language, its structure, and its uses. So just bring yourself up to speed on that. We don't expect prior knowledge in the sense of, being able to throw out lots of technical terms. We're looking for aptitude. How would you recommend I choose between experimental psychology and PPL? Well, I'm biased, so I don't know if I'm the person to give you an unbiased opinion there. But what I would say seriously is take a look around the linguistics website, and also, I've mentioned those resources that are available on the linguistics faculty website too, to read more about linguistics. For you to make that decision, it's about how interesting you find linguistics is. So inform yourself about what the subject is, look at the course structure as well and the differences between those. I think that would help you come to a decision. So really explore the linguistics side and then determine if you if that really draws you and you would want to balance the two. As I've said, if you do PPL, you can lean more to the psychology side. It doesn't necessarily have to be a 50-50 split. You could do ultimately 5 papers in psychology and 3 papers in linguistics, if that's what you wanted to do. And indeed, students at Somerville have or are doing that. So you can weight it more towards the psychology and do less linguistics, or, maybe decide you love linguistics, weight it more towards the linguistics. I think the flexibility there is an interesting one, but I would say just read up on linguistics and make sure it's what you want to do. What are the biggest challenges of doing a joint degree as opposed to a single honours degree? I think that's one for a student probably. It's hard for me to say that because I haven't done a single honours course. I think that you have to be very organised anyway with the way that Oxford is structured, and I guess if you have 2 faculties as well, you have to be organised in the sense of knowing what's going on and how they might differ slightly from each other and who to kind of contact if you've got a question. But the great thing is, with me as a tutorial fellow, I'm your first stop. So if you have a question about the structure of those things, then you can come to me. Are the courses 3 or 4 year courses? Okay, so I'll take the courses one at a time. Modern languages and linguistics courses are 4-year courses, with one of those years being the year abroad. Now, PPL with entry this time around has changed in the sense that it's now possible to do a 4-year PPL course, which would actually be an MSci. Okay, so you would apply for psychology and linguistics, or you'd apply for philosophy and linguistics, and that's a 3-year course. But at the end of that course, you have the option to do a 1-year strand, which would be give you an MSci qualification. So you have that option. You can stop after the 3 years, or you can go on to do this further MSci option, which is more focused on the psychology side of things. So short answer, summing up then, 4 years for modern languages and linguistics, 3 years for PPL with the option to extend for a year to get an MSci qualification. Is Somerville one of the colleges which takes in the most linguists each year? So our intake is probably about 50 overall, as I say, a rough figure, and our aim is to take 6 in every year. So I can't speak for, I don't kind of have the numbers for every college off the top of my head, but I think, you know, we have a decent sized cohort there. So you would not be the only person doing linguistics in the college. You would have not only your cohort in the year that you applied and were admitted, but also, you know, the kind of old hands, the second years, the third years, the finalists. And what I like to try and do is get people together for a linguist tea, because I think it's very good, especially if you're doing a joint degree, to find out who else in college is doing linguistics. And so, you know, you can get together and, you know, have a chat and compare notes and, you know, find out about their experiences from, as I say, the old hands, the students who are already here studying linguistics. Which of the colleges accept a lot of students studying linguistics? I'd say take a look at their websites there and see what they say about those, because I don't know the answer to that. It may vary every year as well. So I think we've come to the end of the questions there, although we've got 4 minutes left. So if anybody has some burning that they want to fire at me, then feel free. But otherwise, I guess what I would just say is that I think we're a friendly bunch at Somerville anyway, but I think we have a very supportive community of linguists, from colleagues who teach on these joint degrees as well, but as I've mentioned, from linguistic students throughout the years, in terms of we have the finalists and, you know, we have post first years, but we aim to take in a good number of first years every year as well. So we want to have that kind of community of linguists, even though you're always doing linguistics plus something else, there is, I believe, that sense of community. Okay, I think that's it. So if there's no more questions, I'd just like to say thanks very much for firing all those questions at me. And I would say, yeah, take a look at the Faculty of Linguistics, Philology and Phonetics website. That will give you some useful hints about further reading to do. And also take a look at Somerville's website as well, because that will also give you more information. Kind of, it's a lot to take in as well, as I'm kind of reeling all these points of information off, but there's a lot of information about linguistics in Somerville at the web page as well. So take a look there. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello, everyone out there tuning into Somerville College Virtual Open Day. My name is Patricia Owens, and I'm one of the PPE tutors here at Somerville. And my speciality is politics. I'm one of the politics tutors. And within politics, I work in the subject of international relations, so world politics out there. I just begin by saying how sorry I am that we can't meet face-to-face and meet in the college and show you around and get to talk to you about the process of applying to PP at Somerville and why you might consider coming here. So we'll do our best in this sort of weird format and hope that I'll meet some of you in due course for either an interview or if you come to Somerville. So I'm going to read out some questions that have been sent in by you, prospective candidates for the PPE degree here at Somerville. And I'll just read the first one here. It says, what makes Somerville a good college to study PPE? Is there any difference to your learning experience depending on your college? I'm new at new at Somerville, and I'll say to you that it is a lovely college. It's warm. The people are very, very kind. The principal of the college, Jan Royal, cares deeply about students, and I think that comes through also in terms of the PPE tutors. I think we love our subjects. And there's a really lovely environment at Somerville. I watched a video, there's on the Somerville website for people considering applying. There's a really funny video that I think sets out really well why you should consider coming to Somerville, and these are all the reasons why you would also come to study PPE with us. We've got a really massive library. We have we're really great location, and it's just a great place to come and study. Okay, and then it does make a difference where I think, in terms of the difference to your learning experience, depending on your college. I mean, it's just about the tutors and the relationships with your peers, with the PPE group that you would be starting with. And so, and there are many good colleges. I mean, all the colleges are obviously exceptional, but I think there's something special about Somerville, and that's why I'm delighted to be here. How many contact hours do students have a week, and what do these involve? There are three main ways of that students have sort of contact in that sense. So the lectures, where all the students studying your subject or your particular paper that you're studying go in here, go into big lecture theatre. This is obviously online for the last year, but hopefully next year these will be face-to-face. Then you have the famous Oxford tutorials. So these are small groups of 1, 2, or 3, where you discuss your essays, discuss the question or topic with your individual tutor, and then sometimes, depending on the subject, there are classes. So I think in economics there are more classes, and you have about 6 to 8 contact hours a week in that sense. But then the rest of the time you're preparing for those sessions and for those hours. Another question is, will I be at a disadvantage if I didn't take maths at A level and I'm applying for PPE? No, there won't be any disadvantage to anybody who didn't do maths A level. It is not a requirement to study PPE and is not, at Somerville or anywhere else. It can help with your economics, but if you haven't done economics, so you haven't done maths, then there are ways that you can get some additional support to help with the sort of more maths type issues when in the study of economics. But it won't disadvantage you not to have done maths. Okay, another question. What are the tutorials like in PPE? Would all my tutorials be in Somerville during the course? Well, tutorials are, there are different styles of tutorials as well. Sometimes they are very much focused on the essay. So you would write an essay, usually write up 2 essays a week. You would send your essay into your tutor a day or so ahead of time. The tutor reads the essay, and then you discuss the essay, discuss any problems that you encountered in writing the essay, discuss the arguments of the essay, sort of verbally sort of present and defend the position that you took, look at some of the strengths and weaknesses of different approaches or different issues that come up in the essay. And you can do this in pairs or in groups of 3. Sometimes you can, tutorials focus on particular, concepts or themes or approaches that, and the essay is written, it's done, and moving away from the essay, sort of how can we think about this particular question. Okay. Would all my tutorials be in Somerville during the course? Probably not for the entire 3 years, but in Somerville we have, 2 politics tutors, 2 philosophy tutors, and economics tutor. A lot of your course, a lot of your teaching and tutorials will be in Somerville. But there are some, depending on which options you choose in your 2nd and 3rd year, you may be tutored by, the main expert in that topic in a different college in Oxford, and that's a good thing. Okay. What does a student's typical workload look like? Is this workload manageable? I've already given a sort of sense of that. So you have 6 to 8 hours of lectures, classes, tutorials. You're normally taking 2 papers a term. So you write 2 essays a week, and you have to read for those essays and write those essays. And, that's quite a pace of work. It's manageable. Time management is obviously really important. Hard work, sort of knuckling down, is really important, but it is manageable. Okay, are there any textbooks, articles on newspapers you would recommend reading for PPE? I mean, you just read widely, don't just read, one, the Guardian if you're to the left, don't just read the Telegraph if you're to the right, don't just read the Economist, read the London Review of Books, the New York Times Review of Books, read, the New Yorker, there's many different things, and what you have access to now online, of course, is really great. So I mean, the only thing I can say is just read widely and joyously, and breadth and depth across politics, society, economy. What is the interview structure for PPE at Somerville? I think some colleges have 3 interviews for each of the subjects. We have 2. But they can be in different combinations. So the last round, there was 1 interview for politics, and then there was another interview for philosophy and economics, which was together, and that was broke up into 2 parts. So you will be interviewed. There will be sort of 3 parts to the interview, structured over 2 sessions. And in politics, as in philosophy, you are normally given a text to, just 20 minutes before the interview, to a short text that you read and think about, and then there'll be discussion based around that text. In economics, I think that they might have a sort of economics problem that you would then discuss. These aren't things you can really plan for, prepare. That it's very unlikely that you will have read these texts. What we're looking for is not what you know, but how you think. I mean, this is a cliche of the sort of interview, but it's not a question of you trying to sort of read widely in the hope that you're going to be able to kind of recall in advance, recall in the moment what you've read before, and that will somehow help you in the interview. It's not what we're looking for, and it's not what the interview can do. So we'll just have a conversation. It's conversation based. We'll ask you some questions in the interview about the text, and go off in different directions and just talk. Okay. Another question here. I'm deciding between PPE and E&M currently. I don't know what E&M is, so choose PPE. What would you be able to give would you be able to give info on what distinguishes them? Oh, economics and management, thank you. Would you be able to give info on what distinguishes them and which you would recommend for different people, please? I mean, economics and management, for people who are just really interested in economics and would like to go into business, into the corporate world, and make their way in that domain. Really interested in the really interesting questions around economics and management. If you are more of a philosophical thinker, if you're interested in politics, interested in world politics, then PPE gives you, gives you that as well, and you can do some economics and management in your economics in PPE. So I think, I would say do PPE. What makes the PPE course at Somerville different from other colleges? Well, the course isn't different in the sense that you can take you'll have the same core papers and you have the same options available to you. What makes it different is the tutors and the students that you will have, and the people in your cohort. I think one of the strengths at Somerville, I think it is the strength, is that we have a really diverse range of tutors. We've got women and men. We've got quite a lot of women. We've got very senior professors, and we've got emerging stars in their field. We've got particular strengths in political theory and critical political theories. So if you're interested in not just how the world works, but if you want to change the world, if you're interested in understanding certain power dynamics and hierarchies in politics and in international relations, and this is a good college for you. Again, I refer you to this video that I referred to earlier. I just watched it just this morning, and I thought it's brilliant on what is great about Somerville. What makes another question is, does the course focus primarily on British politics? Absolutely not. That's definitely not the case. I'm a we do international politics. You can do Chinese politics in China, comparative politics around comparing different national traditions. It's definitely not a kind of narrow British politics course. Or even even in the sort of politics strand, it is broad. You do study, of course, British politics as we would expect, but it is much broader than that. There are papers in international history, for example, 2 papers in international history: the international history of the Cold War, the international history of the interwar period. In conflict and security studies, it's a whole course on war and violence and peacekeeping and military intervention, and there's a whole wide range of kind of politics courses, option courses that you can take. And then you can also do a dissertation, write a thesis on any topic that you want within reason, as long as it's a sort of a kind of good focused question within politics, or and you can find a tutor willing to supervise it. You can write on whatever you want. Okay, what do you look for in a personal statement? How can I make my personal statement stand out? That's a good question, and it's difficult to answer because I'm not looking for anything particular in a personal statement. I'm looking for someone to make their personal statement. So I want to know, what I'm looking for is a sense of that person in that statement. So I want authenticity. I don't want to sort of have a sense in which they've sort of gone online and looked at what a good personal statement looks like. There are lots of websites that say those sorts of things, and lots of applicants have obviously been to those websites, and so a lot of this personal statements look like that, and that doesn't help, I think, people. And I understand why people do that, because it's odd writing a personal statement. It's very, very it's like not something we normally do. So I sort of just want authenticity. I don't want a list of books you've read. I mean, everybody's read books because you're students, and that's what you're getting, that's what we're doing. We're all reading books all the time. I want to know, why you care about the world, why you would care about, why you would want to study the subjects of PPE. And I don't mind. Different tutors have different views on this, but I don't mind hearing about, what you want to change about the world. I mean, some tutors think that might be, and that's sort of a cliche, but actually I don't think that is the case. And I think that it makes sense. Of course, you want to change the world, and so if you can convey why you want to do that and how you would like to change the world, then include that. So what I'm conveying to you here is that there is no one way to a sort of appeal to any particular tutor, because we're all different and you're all different. So how can I make my personal statement stand out? I think that I've sort of tried to address that in my answer. So the next question is, what are the admissions tests like? What exactly are they testing? How best can I prepare? So that's a good question. They're called TSA, the TSA test, Thinking Skills and Assessment. I'm looking into this myself because I never took one of these tests. And there are two parts to it. One is a multiple choice test. So that's sort of looking at problem solving skills, numerical and spatial reasoning, critical thinking. And then there's another part which is you write an essay, a writing task, you know, given a question and then you have to quickly write an answer to that. What we're looking for there is sort of clarity of thought, clarity of expression. You know, that's what they're testing. How best can I prepare? I mean, you know, I think that there are practice tests that you can get online. You know, they are you know, they're sort of standardized tests. There's obviously multiple versions of these tests, but they're all fairly similar. So I think you can, my understanding is that you can go online and access some of these practice tests and do that. And I think that would be the most sort of practical way in the run up to these admissions tests to do that. I mean, in the longer term, I think, you know, it's just being a good student. It is being a critical thinker. It is, you know, there's no substitute for not having, you know, done your work at school and taken that seriously. And it's from that base. And I think that people who are not confident in these sorts of situations should try to remember that you're already a critical thinker, you're already a problem solver, you already know how to write and express yourself clearly. And, you know, all the hard work that you've done coming through, you know, and all, you know, especially these past 18 months has prepared you for that. And if you can have an opportunity to do, you know, some practice tests beforehand, that's simply that. All that is doing is helping you to bring to bear all the knowledge and skills that you already have in that moment of the test. So I think you should think about those tests in that way. And the next question, is it fine if I mentioned my research papers on issues? Is it fine if I mentioned my research papers on issues in Indian politics in personal statements? So I think the question is that, so somebody's asking that they have written themselves, they've already written research papers related to Indian politics, and can they mention them in their personal statement? Absolutely. If you, you know, if you're already researching on political questions and Indian politics in particular, then by all means, you know, Somerville is the college for you. The Oxford India Centre is based at Somerville, and there's a long history of, you know, a long connection and link between Somerville and India. So I would do that. I mean, I would not make, I mean, I would, you know, in put it into perspective. I wouldn't go on and on and on only about that. I would use it to illustrate a point that you want to make about your passion for politics and the fact that you're interested in this. I wouldn't go into a long discussion about your original research. You know, you can say concisely and briefly what that is if you feel that would be useful. But by all means, do that. That's exactly the kind of thing, you know, that would distinguish someone and they would make them stand out. So yes. Okay, another question. How much weight is placed on the TSA during shortlisting? What are the most important parts of the application when it comes to shortlisting? There is some weight placed on the TSA, but not overwhelming weight. You know, it's you know this already. There's many data points that kind of come into the question of shortlisting. One of the biggest, of course, is you know, GCSE performance and other, you know, which is also contextualized, the personal statement, the references from the school, and the TSA. All of these things come into play in the shortlisting. So it would be possible to, you know, to have not performed as well as you had hoped on the TSA, but still be a very strong candidate and a contender for shortlisting because everything else, you know, is there and in place. So obviously, you know, you have to do as well as you can on the TSA, but you know, it really isn't the sort of be all and end all. Another question. Do you have any advice for international students applying to Somerville and PPE, specifically from the US? Another related question to that, I'll take them together, is in your experience, do international students, in this person's case from the US, have any particular disadvantage or blind spots coming into the course? Any thoughts to share or advice to a US applicant in general? It's interesting. The last round we had excellent. US candidates do well. They have no disadvantages as far as I can see. We are all familiar with the different systems of measuring GPA and different grades, and this is all set out. I wouldn't have specific advice. I don't think there are specific blind spots. I think that, we have an international cohort of students that comes to Oxford famously, and, the US is among those cohorts. And I would encourage you to apply and not think really in these terms. You just put your application together as best you can, and it's looked at in that context. We know and can see the national context of the applicants, and it's not a disadvantage, and it's not. I wouldn't even have any particular advice other than to say, just be yourself and put out, in your personal statement why you want to come to Oxford and do PPE at Somerville. How can I best prepare for another question? How can I best prepare for the interview, especially if I've never done one, or more than one or more of the subjects at school before? I see. How best to prepare for the interview? I think that we can. The best way to prepare for the interview is by demystifying the interview. These are conversations. There's a lot of sort of rumor about tutors having, weird questions, and they're trying to trick candidates. That's not based on any fact or any kind of recent past. It's a conversation with with you, and the best way to prepare for that is to get on with your work, practice talking, practice being comfortable talking to teachers, parents, any adults, each other about politics and philosophy and economics, and just questions that are of interest to you about the world. That's you can do, there are schools now, of course, they do encourage people to have, practice interviews within the school. Some schools have, run these for you, and I think they're very, very useful. I don't think, for people, especially people who haven't done one or more of the subjects at school, I think that there's no harm in sort of reading around some basic books. So, for example, on the PPE admissions website, for example, there are some wider readings that the departments recommend, and I'll just mention them here. They're on the website. But Thomas Nagel's "What Does It All Mean?" and Jennifer Nagel's "Knowledge: A Very Short Introduction" for philosophy. Jonathan Wolf's an introduction to political philosophy as well. In politics, apparently Adrian Letwich's "What is Politics?" and Developments in British Politics are good texts. And for introductions to economics, read the economics and business pages of newspapers, and also Tim Hartford's Undercover Economist and Paul Krugman's The Accidental Theorist. These are kind of introductory texts. These are popular books that are for a wide readership. They're not technical. They're really just introductory, and I think that's the ideal kind of book that you might look at to think. Just to start thinking a bit like an economist. How does an economist think? How does a philosopher think? How do people who study politics think? And you'll find that it's actually not rocket science. It's not that difficult. It's not that difficult to how you've been thinking yourself as a sort of thinking human being and citizen and engaged student. The fact that you want to study PPE to begin with means that you're already thinking in these terms. Okay. And there are I've just been advised by the brilliant admissions tutors at Somerville College that there are remote interview workshops run by Oxford in November, open to all state school UK applicants. So there are resources available at Oxford specifically targeted at students who may be at schools where it is not normal practice to be supporting, Oxbridge interviews. And that's very, very important. And it's something that we take very, very seriously at Somerville. Another question, what exactly does it mean that GCSE results are contextualized? So that means it's kind of creating a fair level playing field for all students, no matter their background. So some students come from, backgrounds where, they're not, the school, I've just given an example precisely of this, where the school does not have a tradition of sending students to Oxford, preparing them very well for interview. And that disadvantages really, really bright students who would, have great potential and be perfectly, capable of getting into Oxford, but without that extra support, may not do so. So we recognise that. We also recognise that some people come from neighbourhoods, communities that are economically disadvantaged, and that is also and where there's also sort of very low numbers of people who have higher education, and this is taken into account as well. So all students have to meet the criteria, the minimum, very high minimum criteria for entry. But then in terms of then thinking about the potential of the students that apply, we use contextual data. Another piece of contextual data that we use is if applicants have been in the care system. We take that into consideration as well. And so putting all that together, the most disadvantaged students, we look very carefully at whether who again meet the criteria, expected to meet the criteria, have very, very strong GCSE results. We encourage to shortlist them. Doesn't mean that they get in, but that we're encouraged to shortlist. Okay, another question. Will taking further maths as a 4th A level help my application? It might help your ability to do the maths component of the economics papers when you're here, and it might help with some elements of the TSA. It might help with some elements of the economics interview, but I wouldn't take that subject purely because, for those reasons. There are, lots of people will be getting in without doing further maths. So just in terms of your thinking about your application, it can help, but it is not required or even strongly recommended. Another question is, are the questions asked in interview application and analytical based? Are the questions asked in interview, are they analytically, I'm not sure if I understand the question. Are they analytical questions? I mean, they are to the extent that they don't require, real world historical knowledge. So they might be, for example, thought experimental questions. So they'd be analytical in that sense. They're questions that, that are trying to level the playing field. So, if you happen to have studied a topic in your A levels, you're not advantaged, or disadvantaged from not having studied that topic. They're general questions. Okay, and I think we're running, there are no more questions left. That's all the questions. I want to thank you for your questions. I've enjoyed this more than I thought I would. It's very weird having the questions put here and not being able to see you. Thank you for watching. It's been my pleasure to imagine you there, and I really, really wish you all the best of luck in your applications, and I hope to meet you and see you at some point in the future. Good luck. Bye-bye.